Good morning, good day, and happy Rare Disease Day! Woo! It's time! I'm ready to get started here. So, every year, on the last day of February 29th being the rarest day of the year, we celebrate Rare Disease Day. This is an internationally recognized holiday that's supported by many different rare disease nonprofits all over the globe to help raise awareness for the experiences faced by folks living with rare diseases and their families. And for the last, I think this might be my 5th year, for the last 4 or 5 years or so, I've been hosting a live stream event on Rare Disease Day where I go to the official Rare Disease Day website right here, and I read patient stories sharing what it's like living with certain rare diseases. And we're going to learn a lot of new words today. I'm going to mess up so many rare disease pronunciations. To be fair, it took me a very long time to learn how to pronounce my own rare disease, septo-optic dysplasia, and the 2 others that it caused, panhypopituitarism and optic nerve hypoplasia. I'll talk more about those later on when I share my story. But I'm going to butcher a lot of other complicated rare disease names today, so that'll be fun. So I'm going to go through and read a bunch of random patient stories. We're also going to start things off by watching the official Rare Disease Day video, and it's going to be great. So without further ado, oh wait, I almost forgot. We're also going to be playing a little game called Stream Raiders. Let me get that up and running here. Let's see. Hold on, let me get my stream set up, done properly so that I can see everything here. Looks like I need to adjust this scene, so give me 1 second. See if doing this fixes it. It does. Okay, cool. So, Stream Raiders. You don't have to download anything. It's a totally free game. You can play it right in your browser. So, if you look in the chat, I'm going to drop a link. And if you click on that, you'll be able to participate in this battle that I'm about to start here. So basically, it's a tactical game. You don't have to do anything active. You just pick a character, drop it on the battlefield. Each certain avatar does a different thing. I'm going to start things off with let's see here. I'm going to put a tank on the battlefield, just in case we don't get that many folks starting out. Because I don't want to lose. So, we'll get this big beefy guy out there to get things started. If you want to play along, you can drop whatever kind of troops you want next to my tank here, and we can take on this battle here. And my goal for this stream today, obviously, is to raise awareness for rare diseases, but I also want to defeat the world boss in this map on Stream Raiders, so let's do that. That's the plan. So we'll get that started. Alright, and while I wait for folks to put their guys on the battlefield, let's go ahead and get things started for Rare Disease Day. I'm going to play the official Rare Disease Day video. If I can navigate my own setup here. I'm going to go to YouTube and bring that up. Okay. So this video is in multiple different languages, but there are subtitles. So you should be able to see everything okay there. I'm going to bring this into full screen. I'm going to turn the music off for a second while this plays. Alright. By the way, the music today brought to you by Chill Hop. It's totally free, royalty free, don't have to worry about any sort of DMCA issues, and it keeps things from being super quiet and awkward, so thank you Chill Hop for the music. Alright, let's watch this video. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna have to adjust the volume before we get this started. Alright. And please do let me know if the volume mixing is off. If I need to make any adjustments, I will do whatever I have to do to make y'all more comfortable. Here we go. Enjoy the video.
نحن 300 مليون. نحن هنا لنشارك خبرتنا. تحدياتنا.
Oh, I'm gonna hold on. I'm covering up the subtitles, so I'm gonna make myself disappear for a second. And where's that? Okay. Yep, I'm gonna disappear for a second so that you guys can see the video with the subtitles without me blocking it. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Alright, let's play the video from the beginning. Enjoy!
نحن 300 مليون. نحن هنا لنشارك خبرتنا. تحدياتنا. انتصاراتنا وأحلامنا. لنشارك مجتمعنا الملون ونشارك قصتنا معكم.
Este es nuestro pequeño, nuestro primer hijo, nieto, bisnieto, sobrino. Le encanta pintar, jugar, bailar y leer cuentos. Tiene la enfermedad de Gaucher.
Ja se zovem Jelena. Volim da budem okružena prirodom i upijam slike i zvuke oko sebe sa svojim mužem. Volim slobodu, putovanja i istraživanja. Imam cističnu fibrozu. Završila sam fakultet i odlučna sam da uspem u životu.
أنا وفيء. أنا أحب السيارات وألعاب الفيديو لدرجة أنني أرغب في الحصول عليها جميعاً، حتى لو كان ذلك مستحيلاً. أتناسى نفسي في الأفلام مع أصدقائي وعائلتي. عائلتي وجدوا أن تشخيص الحصل العضلي الدوشيني صعب، ولكن دائماً أحاول أن أعطي الطاقة الإيجابية بابتسامة كبيرة.
Igama lami ngingoTsepiso. Ngithakazelela ezobuciko, ezomculo kunye lezemidlalo. Ngangilethemba lokuthi lami ngingaba ngumzali njengoba ngiphila lo mkhuhlane weVon Willebrand. Kodwa namhlanje ngingumama wendodana engipha injabulo enkulu.
أنا اسمي ندى. أنا أدرس علم الصوتيات في الجامعة لأنني أهتم بالتواصل واللغويات. أنا عندي انحلال البشرة الفقاعي وأحياناً يستخفون بي.
Kule nkinga esibhekane lazo. Ngathwala nzima ukuze odokotela bazi ukuthi ngibulawa yini.
Para tener acceso
Imithi eqondileyo.
أو أي علاج على الإطلاق.
أحياناً أتعرض للتمييز وصمة عار.
Ili čak isključivanjem iz društva. Naše priče su jedinstvene, retke, drugačije i različite. Ipak imamo mnogo sličnosti.
شغف مشترك في الحياة، التحديات والإحباطات المشتركة.
un impulso compartido para el cambio.
Amazwi ethu sonke kumele azwakale njalo izikhalazo zethu zinanzelelwe.
No importa si vivimos en
مصر،
Srbiji,
لبنان،
Perú,
India, 中国
Japan,
United
Mexico,
States of
Brazil.
America.
Kumbe eZimbabwe. Nxa sindawonye ilizwi lethu lilamandla.
معاً نستطيع أن نرفع مستوى الوعي، تحطيم حواجز الرعاية والتشخيص والعلاج.
نحن نطالب بالإنصاف والشمول. نحن نظهر للعالم ما نحن قادرون عليه.
uprkos izazovima sa kojima smo suočeni.
لنضيء منارة من الضوء لكل من يحتاج إلينا.
pero aún tienen que encontrarnos. Con 300 millones de historias, juntos podemos pintar una imagen de un futuro más brillante.
Ngemibala yethu, ngamazwi ethu.
Man, they kicked ass with that video, didn't they? That was awesome. Good job, you guys. All right. So, at the end there, they were talking about something called Light Up for Rare. That's a special program where monuments all around the globe are cities that have monuments all across the globe are asked to light up those monuments in the colors of Rare Disease Day. And I am very excited and just so happy to share that in my own home state of Indiana, not only, and this is thanks to the efforts of one very awesome rare disease advocate in our state, Brittany Anderson, shout out to you, you are amazing for doing this. So she reached out to our governor and the mayor of our capital of Indianapolis in our state of Indiana, reached out to both of them and asked them to recognize Rare Disease Day, which they both issued a proclamation recognizing Rare Disease Day officially in our state and in our state capital of Indianapolis. And they've agreed to participate in Light Up for Rare, which is a program where, they're asked to light up monuments in the colors of Rare Disease Day. So there's a really well-known area of Indianapolis called the Circle, which is like our big business section. A lot of people go there. It's like our Times Square, Indiana's version of the Times Square. Much smaller scale, of course, but that's how popular that region is in our state. And there's like this central point that can be lit up, and that's going to be lit up for Light Up for Rare tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's going to be super cool, and of course there are monuments all over the globe lighting up for Rare tonight. I'm so excited to see when they light up later on. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be so cool. But that was what they were referring to at the end of that video there, and that's pretty neat. But hey, let's take a look at the Stream Raiders thing and see if anybody's joined us here. So far, it's just me. That's okay. No pressure. If you guys want to join in, though, I'll drop the link in the chat again really quick for you so that you can join in if you would like. There you go. Again, it's totally free. You don't have to download anything. You play it right in your browser. You just have to sign in with your Twitch account. It's I mean, I guess you'd have to make an account, but it's free. It's not that difficult. But anyway, we'll get by regardless of whether or not we win. We're here to support rare diseases, not to win a game, but winning the game would be fun too. Alright, so let's get things started with some rare disease patient stories on the Rare Disease Day website. I am ready to go. Let me get some music back on here for us, though. Also, if you hear any meowing or scratching around me, that is my cat demanding attention that I cannot give to her at this very moment. And she is very upset that I cannot give her that attention that she so craves. I reach down and pet her every so often, but she's spoiled, so she will scream. Okay. So I'm going to turn that music down just a smidge. Let me know if that's too loud or needs adjusted in any way. Oh, it looks like my microphone might be peaking. I apologize. Hold on. Oh, sorry for the noise. I should have muted it before I moved it. Hopefully everything's okay. I don't want to come through too loud, but I don't want to be too quiet either. I'm going to make sure things are balanced well. Looks like... yeah. Okay, so hopefully this is alright. Let me know if things need to be adjusted, and I'll adjust them as I need to do so. Okay. So, because I don't want to hurt your ears. I really don't. I swear. But I want you to be able to hear me all right. But on my audio mixer, it looks like things aren't looking great. I want to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong here. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, that seems like it might be a little bit better. Cool. Again, I don't want to be too quiet, but I don't want to blast out your eardrums either. That's no good. Alright, so we're gonna go through some stories here. These are the official Rare Disease Day heroes. They were featured in the video. I think I'm gonna go back and forth. So these are all, down here, all of these are submitted by individual rare disease patients that are, not the official stories shared by the Rare Disease Day website, but people that have submitted their own stories. And I think I'm going to go back and forth. So we'll start with one of their official heroes that they've listed here. We'll start with Reza with, oh, here we go, mispronouncing the rare diseases. I should get a counter up. Oh man, I'll have to remember to do that next year so I can count how many I've mispronounced. And then we can all laugh at me later. Okay, cystinosis. That's not that bad. Alright. I mean, not saying the rare disease isn't that bad. It's probably awful, but cystinosis, that pronunciation, is not as complicated as I had originally thought. Alright, let's read this story. I'm going to have to zoom in a bit because my eyes are terrible, and I'll explain why that is here in a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to get a sip of coffee, prepare, and read this story. So, 13-year-old Reza lives in Iran with his family, and he is also living with a rare disease called cystinosis. Within the past century, cystinosis has gone from being a cause of childhood fatality to a manageable condition with a life expectancy well into middle age. It is caused by mutations in the CTNS gene passed on in 1 in 4 pregnancies, where both parents are carriers, and affects between 1 in 100,000 and 1 in 200,000 people. It's characterized by the accumulation of the amino acid cysteine in different tissues and organs, with the kidneys and eyes most likely to be affected. Exact symptoms and severity can vary greatly between patients. Reza's kidneys had been badly affected, and his treatment has included receiving a kidney transplant. That young, man. This has affected his ability to socialize with his friends, and as has the COVID-19 pandemic, and he isn't always able to participate in his educational and creative classes. But he is an optimistic person who focuses on the positives. Reza says, "My parents, friends, and family members have my back. I appreciate the Rare Diseases Foundation of Iran, the Iranian cystinosis community, my doctors, especially the ones who did my kidney transplant, and all the people who have helped me. Each year I join Cystinosis Symposium, which helps meet other people living with rare diseases, and I make lots of new friends there. We talk to each other and share our stories. I love going to the cinema, watching movies, and reading books. I'm also very fond of singing and dancing and really enjoy happy music. I want to become an actor. I like taking part in acting classes. I think I'm ready to star in a movie. I will try my best to be a successful person in the future and make those around me happy." Aw, Reza, that's sweet. Well, that's Reza's story. I'm really glad to hear that they've come so far in the treatment of cystinosis that it's not, immediately fatal like it used to be. There's treatment for it now. That's great. Alright, let's move on to another story here. Adam, the AI warrior. Alright, Adam. The story of Adam. Norbidin, or should I say, I probably said that so wrong. I don't even know what language that is. I'm silly. Or should I say hello? I am Adam, but to my followers, I am known as the AI warrior. I am 12, and I was diagnosed with Addison's disease 4 years ago. I know quite a few folks that have Addison's disease, and that's a form of adrenal insufficiency. I have secondary adrenal insufficiency. Addison's disease is primary adrenal insufficiency, and secondary and primary have a lot of crossover when it comes to treatments and symptoms. So man, I feel like I'm going to be able to relate to this kid. All right. Anyway, he was diagnosed with Addison's 4 years ago. Although I was lucky to have a quick diagnosis, I am unfortunately still having good and bad days. Mostly suffering in the heat of the roasting hot summers of Slovakia. Okay, so that's Slovakian then. The roasting hot summers of Slovakia. My mom is Slovak, but gotta pause. Hey, Grapient, thank you for dropping an epic tank on the battlefield. I appreciate your assistance. I don't know if you're watching or not. Sometimes people just play Stream Raiders and don't watch the streams, but if you're here, welcome. And we're celebrating Rare Disease Day today. I'm sharing stories from rare disease patients on the official Rare Disease Day website. Feel free to keep hanging out. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer as best I can. My mom is Slovak, but I grew up in the UK and moved here when I was 5 with my family. So I mentioned the heat, but that's just one of the problems with my unique illness. When my bad days do come, I usually just lay down and rest. You see, my adrenal glands no longer function, so I cannot make cortisol and aldosterone. I have to take steroid pills 4 times a day to live, but they don't always give you what my body needs. Things like the sun shining on me, stress, and even my birthday will put me in bed for a day to recover. My mom, dad, and I soon realized that our school, friends, and even doctors knew very little about my illness. Yeah, I feel that. And this was making things even harder on us all. My idea was to spread awareness of my rare illness in a fun and playful way. I started an idea during lockdown, then it became a drawing, and then the AI warrior was born. A special warrior who would be fully equipped to cope with the heat of the summer, pills to hand, and a unique gherkin belt to help with low cortisol days. I love the computer game Fortnite and hoped my character would reach the game and the message of my rare illness would reach millions. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. While trying to reach Fortnite, another support group, ADSHG, found me and offered me to be in their summer newsletter, and I succeeded. That's cool. Man, this kid's kicking ass. This grew me many followers across the world in Twitter, and of those people learnt of my illness. Man, this kid, he's only 12, and he's doing some awesome advocacy work. I'm an artist, you guys. I'm legit thinking about drawing this guy's character for him, as a concept sketch. That could be fun. I'm not gonna make any promises, but it's definitely in my brain now, so it might happen. Recently, the Slovak version of Life magazine and the Slovak Association of Rare Diseases also featured my story and my AI warrior. I'm still sitting here baffled how I managed to achieve my goal by spreading awareness with a simple comic character. He's not part of Fortnite yet, but he's already doing a good job, so I guess you could say getting Addison's was more of a blessing than a curse. Well, I guess this is my story of how I made the AI warrior, and I found a positive inside the negative. Adam, that's cool. Okay, so now I get what he's saying about the gherkin belt. Okay, that's hilarious, actually. Adam, that's very clever. So, folks that have Addison's disease often crave salt, because it's complicated, the reason why. But, adrenal insufficiency in general, we have a hard time with electrolyte balances, which can cause issues with our blood pressure. And pickles have a lot of salt, great for balancing your electrolytes a little bit. So a lot of them crave pickle juice or something salty, like salted chips and stuff. So the pickle thing that's hilarious. I love that. I'm gonna draw this kid's character. I'm gonna open this up in a new tab so that I can save it for later. Hold on. Alright, yep, now I've got that saved. Hold on a second. Save image as. I'm gonna save that to my Rare Disease Day folder. I got you, AI warrior. You're awesome. Alright. Okay. So let's go back. we'll go read another hero story. Oh, if it'll load. Oh, there, is it? Is it loading? Hold on a minute. Maybe I need to zoom out a little bit. There we go. Yep, read full story. So, Nitzia's story. I hope I pronounced your name right. I'm sorry if I butchered it. I'm really bad about about pronunciation sometimes. As a child, Nitzia attended medical appointments for 9 years across 4 different hospitals before she was finally diagnosed with Turner syndrome. Turner syndrome is a rare chromosomal disorder that is notoriously difficult to diagnose because symptoms vary between patients and sometimes only emerge during puberty. It only affects females and occurs when genetic data is lost from the second X chromosome. Diagnosis is confirmed by running a blood test called a karyotype, and patients with Turner syndrome will show as having 45 chromosomes rather than the usual 46. The 2 most common characteristics of Turner syndrome are stunted growth and underdeveloped ovaries. It can also cause a range of other symptoms, including thick neck tissue, low birth weight, and problems with the heart and kidneys. Girls and women with Turner syndrome will need lifelong checks on their heart, kidneys, and reproductive systems, but with the right support, it is possible to experience a good quality of life. Nitzia says, "My rare disease means completing several activities at the same time can sometimes be difficult. I love skating, swimming, and playing with Barbie dolls, watching Sailor Moon movies and series and other comics. I enjoy going to the movies, playing with my dog, Mitsley, or spending a day with my family at home. I love helping others, which is something that my rare disease has enabled me to do." Hey, Virgolog, thank you for placing an epic Apollo Archer on the battlefield. Much appreciated. If you're watching, we are celebrating Rare Disease Day, and I'm reading patient stories aloud from the official Rare Disease Day website to help raise awareness. If you're not watching, that's totally cool too, but if you're here, please stick around, hang out, and learn a little bit about rare diseases. Family is hugely important to Nitzia. Her mom goes with her to the medical appointments, and she speaks of her love for her parents and brother. When it comes to dealing with the effects of rare disease, the effects the rare disease has on her daily life, Nitzia says, "We are united." Nitzia's diagnosis was an essential step towards getting the right treatment. She now receives growth hormone treatment at at the 20 November Hospital of the ISSSTE, where she can also access cardiology, ophthalmology, pediatric endocrinology, dermatology, and psychiatry services as required. Navigating the process of diagnosis can be difficult, and in Nitzia's case, the Federation Mexicana de Enfermedades Raras played a key role. Nitzia's mom says, "We are grateful to Pa Pena from Femixer and to her family who accompanied us on this journey, because without them, it would not have been possible to reach the diagnosis. They also helped us to find specialists in the 20 de November hospital that Nitzia's condition has required, and above all, the attention and guidance of Pa Pena, to whom we are deeply grateful." Nitzia adds, "In the rare disease community, Pa has been the one who has helped me with therapies and advice. She is very special to me. I love her very much." By connecting with others in the rare disease community, Nitzia's family receives support from all over the world. Nitzia's mom welcomes Rare Disease Day as an opportunity to raise awareness and knowledge of rare diseases in the world in order to provide better care for patients and their families. For Nitzia, being named a Rare Disease Day hero has had a lasting positive impact. Her description of its importance and its straightforward yet hugely powerful to make my story and my condition known, to make Turner syndrome known worldwide. And now we know a little bit about Turner syndrome. I actually didn't know anything about it before today. And that's what Rare Disease Day is all about. All right. Let's go check out another story. So, up next we've got Living Beyond Hay, or HAE. I'm not sure if that's I'm sure it's probably a acronym. So this will be Maddie's story. But before we get started on that, let's take a look at the Stream Raiders battle, see how things are going here. Alright, look at that. We've got an army going. Thank you guys for participating. Awesome. The battle will start in about 7 minutes, so please keep dropping the dudes on the battlefield so that we can defeat this map, and then we'll move on to the next level. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Alright, so this is Maddie. Hello, Maddie. Story of Maddie. My name is Maddie, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the U.S. I have hereditary Angioedema, which is a rare and potentially life-threatening genetic condition that involves a defect in the gene that controls a blood protein called C1 inhibitor. This deficiency causes a chain reaction of cellular events that results in swelling episodes throughout my body. Throat episodes can cause asphyxiation and death, while attacks in extremities, stomach, and face can cause extreme pain, discomfort, and immobilization. The day I got diagnosed, I was at the pool with my mom, my brother, and my grandma. My hand started to swell up and I didn't know what was happening. My mom looked at it and tried to figure out what happened. Did I get stung by a bee? Was I having an allergic reaction? Then it clicked. One ER trip and a blood test later, I was diagnosed with HAE type 1. That day was the start of seemingly endless doctor's appointments and emergency room visits throughout my early life. I had been having attacks since I was around 4 years old, but my parents did not connect the dots for 2 years despite my dad's diagnosis and its hereditary nature. And despite what one might think, a 2-year diagnosis period is very lucky. That's true. The average timeline for a diagnosis is 10 years on average. HAE attacks can be random or triggered by seemingly anything. I have to limit my exposure to the cold in order to prevent my hands and feet from swelling, as well as monitor my general exercise limits. It's a tricky balance to maintain, as staying active is recommended and can also trigger medical episodes. I have a particularly interesting time with this as I run and play soccer. HAE also caused me to develop another condition, reflex neurovascular dystrophy. Both conditions combined have a result in constant pain for the last 6 years of my life and frequent wheelchair usage. Doctors do not understand this condition as they were never educated on it, so I have to see a specialist hours away from my home. Using varying mobility aids while also being a multi-sport athlete is generally tough to comprehend. It just depends on the day and my limits. Yes, it is not binary, absolutely. But the inconsistency of my physical presentation creates doubt and disbelief. Man, Maddie, I feel for you. I mean, our conditions are totally different, but that's an experience that you and I definitely connect on for sure. Okay. One of the best days of my life was the day I turned 12. That was the day that I gained eligibility for prophylactic treatment. With multiple infusions per week, my attack severity and frequency is decreased. I also have more independence because I can give myself IVs for my treatment, awesome, and no longer end up in the hospital. This allows me to live my life with less interference from hereditary angioedema. I'm so sorry, I'm saying this so wrong. Hereditary angioedema, despite other medical complications like reflex neurovascular dystrophy. My treatment plan allows me to complete. My tongue is just tripping all over itself today. My treatment plans allow me to compete in athletics, go to school on an uninterrupted basis, and soon go to college. That's awesome. I'm really glad that you have that option. Because of the rarity of HAE, our patient community is very tight-knit. I've participated in advocacy projects from video campaigns to legislative meetings on Capitol Hill to running the youth Instagram page as an intern. Awesome. Keep it up. Turning hardship into action is the most important thing that I have learned from having HAE. My goal is to use my lived experience to advocate for rare disease patients across the world, especially those with HAE. Increasing access to HAE medications in correspondence with increased awareness saves lives, improves patient outcomes, and allows people who have HAE to live out their lives in a more fulfilling and positive way. Girl, you're kicking ass. Thank you, Maddie. You're doing awesome. Keep it up, seriously. Nice. Oh, and a Star Wars shirt. Yeah, you know what? Maddie, reach out. We need to hang. Okay, so got another one coming up here. Let's go read another hero story. I'm gonna have to zoom out because the link doesn't show up unless I zoom out. Okay. Jelena's story. She's in Serbia. Cystic fibrosis. I know a little bit about cystic fibrosis. Mostly, okay, let me be honest here. The most that I know about cystic fibrosis is what was shared in this movie called, I think it's 5 Feet Apart. It's a cute little teen romance movie where the main characters have cystic fibrosis. Jelena finds it difficult to breathe as her lungs do not function properly. Unlike someone who has a more common condition, such as asthma, Jelena does not have a large choice of treatment options because the disease she has, cystic fibrosis, is rare. Caused by a genetic mutation, cystic fibrosis is a multisystemic disease that leads to the buildup of thick, sticky mucus, especially in the lungs and the digestive tract. In the lungs, this mucus can interfere with breathing and make patients more susceptible to respiratory infections. Compared to asthma, which affects over 260 million in the world, cystic fibrosis only affects 100,000 people. That's quite a difference. And because of this difference in prevalence, Jelena's condition is less researched and has fewer treatments, and medication to treat it is less readily available. Even if a new medication is developed in one part of the world, the chances of it being available in another are small. That's what happened to Jelena. She's been unable to benefit from a new kind of treatment that has the potential to greatly improve and prolong her life. The medication was developed in the United States, and Jelena can't access it simply because she lives in Serbia. Jelena was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she was a baby, but ever since she's been determined to not to allow it to hold her back. Managing this disease is a very complex affair. There's an abundance of medications and techniques to enable her lungs to work properly, as well as to prevent intestinal blockage. However, these need to be provided by a range of different medical specialists, many of whom are scarce or do not have sufficient expertise to treat people with rare diseases. A really common story, unfortunately. Thus far, the healthcare system in Serbia has had limited funding, fragmented services, and technology gaps when it comes to rare diseases. Research data on these diseases has been very limited, so people like Jelena, who have rare disease requirements, are often left on their own. Man, that breaks my heart. With such a lack of understanding about diseases like CF within a society, including public services, people with rare diseases feel isolated, especially when others don't see the disease or simply take it for a cough. Jelena sometimes finds it difficult to even get out of bed due to the fatigue. Frequent treatment means taking regular time off, but her determination to not let this disease get in her way helped her graduate from university with a degree in economics, finance, and banking, even though it meant making some sacrifices concerning her health. That hurts. Despite these sacrifices, don't get me wrong, she's kicking ass, she's doing awesome, but it sucks that she had to sacrifice her health just to get there. I wish there was more support for her. Despite these sacrifices, Jelena has... the Stream Raiders battle is ready. I'm going to finish sharing the story and then we'll get that started, so bear with me. Despite these sacrifices, Jelena has also been realistic about her situation. For her, cystic fibrosis is a way of life, so her chosen path and vocation must reflect that. Today, she is a financial advisor at the administration of the city of Belgrade. When you have cystic fibrosis, you must have tremendous will to live in order to achieve something in life, says Jelena. You even have to be brave enough to cheer on your family when it comes to your problems. Jelena's disease hasn't stopped her from living a full life. She likes traveling, walking, and being outdoors with her husband and friends. Although our biggest limitation is that we cannot have children until innovative therapy is available, I'm grateful I've managed to find a soulmate who goes hand in hand with me through the fight against cystic fibrosis, she says. Jelena is also a member and current vice president of the Association for Help and Support of People with Cystic Fibrosis of Serbia. She advocates for better treatment of adults with the CF, better understanding of the disease and its side effects, increased state funding for basic treatment and social support for people with CF. I've dedicated myself to this fight so that all patients with cystic fibrosis in Serbia get access to treatment and innovative therapy, says Jelena. I want to ensure they have to solve the problems they face, I want to ensure they have help to solve the problems they face and someone to listen to them and advise them. Man, Jelena, that is awesome. Taking your struggle and turning it into a fight and making a difference, just, that's amazing. Thank you for doing that. You're kicking ass. Speaking of kicking ass, let's start this battle. Good luck, everybody. If you're watching the stream right now from the Stream Raiders battle, thanks for joining in and contributing to this fight here. Looks like we might win, so thank you for that. We're celebrating Rare Disease Day today. I'm reading patient stories from the official Rare Disease Day website to help raise awareness of the experiences faced by folks living with rare diseases, and we've got a lot more to come throughout the day, so please stick around if you'd like, and do continue to participate in the stream battles. We're going to start another one. Congratulations to Grape Aunt and Ashana. You got their awards from that battle. Let's move on to this one here. Okay, you'll see a link in chat. If you'd like to participate, please feel free to do so. It is free. You don't have to download anything. Just drop your dudes on the battlefield, like I did there with my tank, and we'll take on this fight. Alright. So, like I said, there's a movie about cystic fibrosis, which is the rare disease that we just talked about from Jelena's story here. I'm going to bring up the trailer for that movie called 5 Feet Apart. It's a great movie. I'm not usually a fan of like cheesy romances, but somebody had I think it was actually somebody from the Nord team mentioned it during this trivia night that we were having for the volunteers for the Rare Action Network, and so I decided to check it out. And it's cute, and I learned a lot about cystic fibrosis from it. Which trailer? Oh, let's check this one out. Okay. I need to adjust volume and pause the music really quick. Music is paused. Volume adjust. This is the trailer for 5 Feet Apart.
5 Feet Apart. Are you in?
So sorry for the loudness. My bad.
I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Will Newman.
6 feet apart at all times. You both know the rules.
Let me guess. You're the kind of guy that ignores the rules because it makes you feel in control. Am I right?
You're not wrong.
You think that's cute?
Do you think it's cute?
There's no room in war for feelings.
Hello, world. My lung function is down to 35% now.
People with cystic fibrosis aren't supposed to get within 6 feet because we could end up catching each other's bacteria.
Nothing's gonna save our lives, Zoa. We're breathing borrowed air.
No, I refuse to believe that. Can I see your regimen?
What is this? You're making me crazy.
Baby, it hits so hard.
We're gonna do our treatments together, so that way I know you're actually doing them.
Baby, you left your mark.
Always looking for ways to spend more time with me, aren't you, Sto?
Don't tell me the one time you're interested in some guy, he's also got CF.
I like seeing you like this.
Like what?
Hopeful.
Why did I pack anything nice?
I will fight.
Oh, because you always pack for a hot hospital romance.
I will fight for you.
God, you're beautiful. Brave. Wish I could touch you.
Stay away.
6 feet at all times. I got it.
Catch his infection and you can kiss new lungs goodbye.
We're not normal kids. We don't get to take chances like this.
This whole time I've been living for my treatments instead of doing my treatments so that I can live. And I want to live.
I'm not giving up, no, not me. Even when nobody else believes.
All I want is to be with you.
I'm not going down that easily.
We can't.
So don't give up on me.
After all that CF is stolen from me, I don't mind stealing something back. 1 foot. Just 1 foot closer.
I will fight for you.
That was such a cute movie. Okay. And one that I really... whoops. Well, I didn't mean to start another video. Yeah, I really recommend that movie if anybody is interested in watching it to learn a little bit about cystic fibrosis and also enjoy a nice cheesy romance. That's always, uplifting, right? Okay, so that was Jelena's story. Jelena, thank you so much for sharing your story. Cystic fibrosis sounds really rough, but you are doing amazing things despite it, and that's awesome. Keep it up. Okay, up next we've got Self-Advocacy, a young timid girl to an outspoken woman. We'll read this one. Let me turn edge back down and get the music back up in the background here so it's not totally quiet. Okay. Also, please do let me know if the volume mixing needs adjusted, and I can do that. I want to make sure everybody's having a good time and enjoying these stories. Okay. So this is Brown syndrome in the United States. Let's zoom in a little bit more here. The story of Charlotte. When I was 11, I was diagnosed with Brown syndrome. Brown syndrome is the common rare name for the fourth nerve palsy, a rare disease impacting your eyes. Okay. Back then, I shrugged it off. Around that same age, I started having multiple issues with my joints. I was underweight, behind in growing, experiencing excruciating pain, swelling, and bruises. Most of this was brushed off for years as growing pains or being from athletics. Bill, hey, good to see you, Bill. Thanks for stopping by. I'm reading patient stories today for Rare Disease Day, so please come in, get comfortable. Join in the Stream Raiders battle if you'd like. You don't have to, but I do have one up. Feel free to join in there. There's the link. How you doing today? Like I said, I'm going to be reading stories, so I might not get to chat super quickly. If anything, I promise I'll read chat messages in between stories. So, actually, here in a little bit, I'm going to be taking a break from reading stories to give my eyes a rest because of my own rare disease, and I'll talk about my rare disease when I do so, and then we can just chill out and chat for a minute. But yeah, I'm reading the story of Charlotte, who has Brown syndrome, which I've never heard of before. So we're going to learn a little bit about Brown syndrome. Aw, Eric! Thank you, Eric, for bringing Bill here. I don't know if you're lurking or not, or what the deal is, but thank you. Yeah, it's good to see you here, Bill. I appreciate your presence, and I hope you're doing all right. I'm going to read the... Excuse me, wow. I'm going to sip some coffee first, and then I'm going to read the story over from the beginning. Okay, the story of Charlotte. When I was 11, I was diagnosed with Brown syndrome. Brown syndrome is the common name for fourth nerve palsy, a rare disease impacting your eyes. Back then, I shrugged it off. Around that same age, I started having multiple issues with my joints. I was underweight, behind in growing, experiencing excruciating pain, swelling, and bruises. Most of this was brushed off for years as growing pains or being from athletics. When I was 17, I began regressing. At 19, I found out that I was HLA-B27 positive, an uncommon genetic marker, and had increased Sjögren's antibodies. Recently, at only age 20, after my own research, I have found out that there are correlations between Brown syndrome, HLA-B27 positivity, and early onsets of rheumatologic diseases. I emphasize this because I advocate more research so all people can save years of potential pain. 11-year-old me did not know how Brown syndrome would push her to become a tenacious patient, friend, and advocate. We, as a society, need to teach everyone, especially young girls, to see the power of their voice. Not only that, we as a society must be willing to empathetically listen and believe patients. Yes. Simply because someone's issues are unknown or rare does not minimize their pain. Yes, 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 thank you. Absolutely. Charlotte, you are correct. Thank you for sharing that. I saw your announcement in his Discord. Oh, really? Cool. Thanks. Awesome. Well, thank you, Eric. I appreciate you for having that set up. Very kind of you. Well, anyway, Bill, how's your day going? I think I'm going to read one more story. That one was kind of short. So we'll move on to another hero on the official Rare Disease Day website. Man, she is gorgeous, isn't she? She is really pretty. Yeah. And strong, too. Kicking ass. Tired. I feel that. Just having a flare-up, or did you do something to wear yourself out? Okay, so we're going to read Shambhavi's story. Alagille syndrome. I've never heard of this. Alagille syndrome. So this is new to me. So we're going to learn about Alagille syndrome. I only got about 3 hours of sleep before I woke up with a pain in my hip. That sucks. Bill, I feel for you, man. Hang in there. Being woken up by pain just sounds awful. Alright, so this is her story. Frequent visits to doctors and hospitals for many of I'm so sorry. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. Shambhai. Shambhai, okay. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm gonna say Shambhai. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it well enough. Frequent visits to doctors and hospitals for many of Shambhai's earliest memories. To her frustration, she kept being treated for individual symptoms as opposed to their underlying cause. Yeah, that's unfortunately a common Common trope with rare diseases. After 5.5 years of these reactionary treatments, Shambai was finally diagnosed with Alagille syndrome, ALGS. This is a rare genetic disorder that can cause problems with multiple organs in the body, particularly the heart and liver. ALGS affects approximately 1 in 40,000 people. There is no cure, but Shambai now has access to medications that can help her. Shambhavi. It's Shambhavi. My brain just clicked. Shambhavi. Okay, sorry. I shall overcome. Yes, Bill, hang in there. But Shambhavi now has access to medications that can help her manage the symptoms. My rare disease affects me in so many little ways, she says. I live with chronic pain and fatigue. My hands are pretty weak, so I have a hard time lifting even the smallest things. My phone, for instance. Lifting and holding it causes fatigue and pain in my wrist muscles. I get breathless and tired as I do physical activity, so I walk slower and do my work at a slower pace. I don't like bright lights because they make me feel tired and induce headaches. Large crowds have the same effect. Shambhavi has learned to manage these symptoms, regulate pain, and not ask much of her body. She is a passionate person who loves journaling, sketching, going for walks, listening to jazz music, reading books, drinking tea, cuddling dogs, and spending time with her friends. Girl, I feel that. That sounds awesome. For Shambhavi, it's societal problems that often pose the greatest challenges. She says, I've had little support from schools, universities, or even workplaces. People have to care enough to want to help you, and we continue to find creative ways to sustain a life of dignity. For things to change, society must accept that people living with a rare disease, chronic illness, or disability are just as worthy as being part of mainstream life as everyone else. Let's read that again. For things to change, society must accept that people living with a rare disease, chronic illness, or disability are just as worthy of being part of mainstream life as everyone else. Yes, thank you. You know, Bill, I also am more of a cat person than a dog person, but I appreciate the sentiment with the animals there. Yeah, heck yeah, tea. I do like tea as well. Oh, I'm gonna say that one more time. For things to change, society must accept that people living with a rare disease, chronic illness, or a disability are just as worthy of being part of mainstream life as everyone else. Inclusivity, equity, yes. Until you truly engage with that idea, you cannot change the way you react to or interact with such people, and your policies and support systems will only be enough to support their existence and not their ability to thrive. Yes. To that end, we must advocate for mental health support, financial planning, and access to fulfilling work for those whose needs are not currently being met. Girl, you are awesome. Yes. Shambhavi draws strength from her friends, family, and above all, herself. During the COVID-19 pandemic, she had to be her own support system and realized there was something empowering about being able to look after herself. But she reflects that there is also great value in connecting with others who understand what it is like to live with a rare disease. Taking part in Rare Disease Day and being named a Rare Disease Day hero has, in her words, made a world of difference. It has given me a sense of community and belonging, as well as a feeling that I am worth it. I have made connections with people living with a rare disease like myself. It has given me so much hope, joy, and frankly, a reason to live. I don't feel so lonely or odd anymore. Rare Disease Day has made me feel human. I never knew that I had any worth or the power to make people smile and give them a reason to feel good. I have learned how much good can come of something as simple as sharing a story. Powerful words. Well done. Shambhavi is determined to lead an independent life and improve societal attitudes to people living with rare diseases. In the meantime, she believes that the limitations of living with ALGS sit alongside the opportunities to grow as a person. She says, my rare disease has broadened my horizon and increased my capacity to empathize and reach out to people. It has turned me into a thinking, introspective person who is constantly processing and learning from life's experiences. I truly feel each year I become a better version of myself than the year before. Awesome. Shambhavi, my girl, you're kicking it. Kicking so much ass. Good job. I loved what she said in her story. It's awesome. Okay, I think I've got one more story in me here. before I need to take a break to give my eyes a rest. NJA, NKH. What is this? Let's learn. Look at that little baby. Look at cute face. The story of Nora. Nora Jane Almany was born on Monday, July 4th, 2016. I had a normal pregnancy and normal delivery. When Nora arrived that evening, she did not cry like most babies. However, the nurses and doctors assured Andrew and me that not all babies come out screaming. Before leaving the hospital, Nora was not eating very well. She was being force-fed by syringe. She had not opened her eyes, but maybe once or twice. We were sent home a day and a half later. At home, Nora still was not waking up to eat, waking up to noises or crying when she was hungry or needed a diaper change. Nora had her first visit with a pediatrician that Friday. However, it was not Nora's pediatrician, but the only one available that day. She informed us that Nora lost 10% of her body weight, and that was alarming. When we told her that she wasn't waking up to eat and she wasn't crying, she brushed it off. She sent us to the lab to have a heel poke done to test for jaundice. When Nora did not wake up from the heel poke, we knew something was wrong. We took Nora home and hoped she was okay, that she would start waking up. On Saturday, after not waking up to eat once again, we decided to head to Mercy Hospital in St. Louis. Andrew called ahead, and when we arrived, they were waiting for us. They rushed Nora to a room in the ER and began doing every test imaginable. When they started crossing things off the list that could be wrong, and their questions to us were becoming more in-depth, we began to realize that something was seriously wrong. Once Nora was critical but stable, they moved us to a room in the pediatric intensive care unit. The doctor was convinced at this point that Nora had a metabolic condition. Her lab results were rushed to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. On Tuesday, the results arrived, and Nora was diagnosed with a rare genetic metabolic disorder called non-ketotic hyperglycemia, or NKH. When I first heard it, I remember thinking, oh, she can't break down sugar. Boy, was I wrong. The attending doctor, neurologist, and metabolic specialist sat us down and explained the disorder. Even though the information was grim and heartbreaking, we were happy to finally know that know what we were dealing with. Our next step was to transfer to St. Louis Children's Hospital and begin treatment. That afternoon, we were transferred by ambulance to SLCH. Nora spent 6 weeks at Children's Hospital. In those 6 weeks, we experienced things that I could have never imagined experiencing. Excuse me, sorry. Nora went through more in the first 2 months of her life than most people go through in a lifetime. We were told multiple times that our baby probably wouldn't make it home from the hospital. The option was given to us more than once to take her home, make her comfortable, and watch her pass. That was unacceptable to us. Nora is now 5 years old. Wow. And Andrew and I are so incredibly lucky and grateful. Even though Nora doesn't do everything a typical child at her age would do, we are about love, patience, and acceptance than she has taught us more about love, patience, and acceptance than we ever thought possible. This is our new normal, and she is our superhero. The Nora Jane Foundation was developed shortly after Nora was born. We are an official 501c3 charitable organization with the mission to raise awareness and funding for research. Our goal is to find treatment and one day a cure for this devastating disease. Let's look them up, the Nora Jane Foundation. Because today, for Rare Disease Day, not only am I sharing patient stories, but I am encouraging folks to reach out to organizations and donate in observance of Rare Disease Day. So here's their Facebook page. They put a little hero mask on her. That's so cute. And go to their website. Oh. Okay. Apparently that link doesn't work. That's okay. Let's see if we can get them from the search result there. Okay. Oh, they may not have a website up. I don't know. Yeah, all I can find is information about their website. But if you guys are curious, go ahead and look them up. Maybe consider donating to them. Or, if you would like, you can head on over to the National Organization for Rare Disorders website. I got a little thingy here. Click on this. You can go to my website, which will bring you right here. And I have prepared a list of links to help you out. So, we're going to hop on over to the list of rare disease organizations. I wonder if the Nora Jane Foundation is listed on here. It looks like they're not a member organization yet. They could be one day, who knows. But if you look through here, you can find all kinds of rare disease organizations to donate to. I'm personally partial to just donating right to NORD because they do a lot of really great things to help patients. One of my favorite programs that they offer is the Caregiver Respite The Caregiver Respite Program, which allows caregivers of patients that living with rare diseases, gives them a chance to take a break with a little bit of funding that allows them to get a nurse to come and take care of their family member that's living with a rare disease, so that the caretaker, their normal caretaker, can go and enjoy some time off, maybe like going to a spa, or maybe just going to the grocery store, getting out of the house, just something that isn't constant caretaking, because they deserve a break too. It's a lot of hard work caring for somebody that's so dependent. So their Caregiver Respite Program is amazing, and you can learn all about them from all of these information resources section here. Hop on over here, Patient Assistance Programs. They do help patients access medications. So NORD is doing amazing things, and you can click on this little donate button at the top of the page and toss them a few bucks if you can. Please. I would, but if you can't donate, trust me, I understand. It's the end of the month and I'm out of money too, so I get that. But if you're able to, please consider donating. That's something that we can all do to support rare diseases. If you can't afford to donate but you'd still like to support them, head on over to Twitter. As you can see over here on this over here on the side, I've got a live feed of the Rare Disease Day hashtag. You can share your stripes by posting your Rare Disease Day story if you've got a rare disease, or post links to like the donate page here at NORD or whatever organization that you want to support to lift those rare voices, get that hashtag trending strong, and help raise awareness for rare diseases that way. That's another great way to get involved. So my eyes need a break. I've been reading stories for a while now. I'm gonna go ahead and hop on over to the Stream Raiders page here, and we're just gonna chill and check out this raid battle, see how this is coming along. So, shout out to Pyrat King, Ashana, Evil Dead, Brett, Jeff, and hey, it's Zuby. Thank you guys for putting dudes on the battlefield so that we can take on this fight. The battle will start in about 7 minutes. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'll be right back. And we'll battle when I get back and share some more Rare Disease Day stories. So, thanks for playing along. Alright, I am back with some fresh coffee. Woohoo! Okay. So, I promised a rare disease story. Let me do that. I'm gonna leave the Stream Raiders page up for a second while I do a little YouTubing in the background. I'm gonna find my Rare Disease Day story. I'm just gonna play the video. I made a video for a lecture that I was invited to do as a guest lecturer for Purdue, on behalf of NORD, the National Organization for Rare Disorders, of which I'm a volunteer. I'm not here in official capacity for them today. This is just something that I'm doing on my own, but I'm just sharing, you know, that's what this video came from, for that. But let this ad play. Yeah, so I decided to go ahead and use part of this video lecture that I had provided for NORD, for Purdue. And we'll play that so that you guys can learn about my rare disease. I just need to pause the music really quick. Turn up the volume a little bit. And enjoy my Rare Disease Day story. I'm going to pop myself over here. Oop, little jump. Turn on closed captions. Enjoy. Oh wait, I had the volume turned off. There we go. A few fun facts about me. Not only am I a rare disease patient and activist, but I'm an artist as well. I enjoy playing D&D with my friends, and I'm a virtual reality enthusiast. I also very clearly like video editing. I was born with a rare birth defect called septo-optic dysplasia, which caused optic nerve hypoplasia and panhypopituitarism, and I'm missing the septum pellucidum, a thin membrane found in the midline of the brain. Septo-optic dysplasia is seen in about 1 in 50,000 births, and only 30% of those diagnosed have all three indicators needed for the diagnosis. I am one of the lucky 30%. Due to the optic nerve hypoplasia, I am completely blind in both peripherals, and what vision I do have is worse than that of a senior citizen. I have double nystagmus, which causes my eyes to twitch rapidly and in different directions. This makes it difficult for my eyes to focus, so headaches from eye strain are a common issue for me if I don't take measures to alleviate this in the form of accessibility features such as larger text or text-to-speech tools. Due to the loss of peripheral vision, I have special glasses with Chadwick lenses, which are designed to expand my field of view in a similar way to how side view mirrors on vehicles assist drivers. This helps increase the chance that I might see hazards which I might otherwise miss entirely.
So that basically is a optic nerve hypoplasia, underdevelopment of the optic nerve. Okay. And what we're seeing, we look over here, we see the nerve head. Now we're going to check the macular fovea area, which is in this circle on the scan. And what we're looking here on the green part, there's the macula of the eye. It's still formed there. It looks reasonably good. But the problem is
we'll start that Stream Raiders battle here in just as soon as this video is over. It won't be long.
It doesn't have all that additional nerve fiber coming into there to transmit back and forth to the brain. So it's what we call optic nerve hypoplasia, underdevelopment of the optic nerve, and it can be associated with things like an underdevelopment of the tissue from the pituitary and the sulca and these areas in the brain, causing other neurological changes and problems.
Like the panhypopituitarism that I've got.
That's right. And we come over here and that affects growth, and we often have to have growth hormones. Now here's the foveal macular area here, which looks reasonably good. The nerve is pale and slightly atrophic and underdeveloped, and that's a much smaller nerve than in the other eye, and so we lose some acuity from that. It can be quite varied. Some will have profound loss from this, some will have a moderate loss. The fovea itself, it's developed reasonable, but it doesn't have the amount of nerve fiber to carry the signal to the brain to get the same quality. And these traditionally cause a loss of the...
I'm going to pause this really quick and go ahead and start that Stream Raiders battle, and then we'll come back to it. Because I forgot this video is actually a little bit longer than I had thought. But it's really informative, so I want to play the whole thing. Thank you guys for participating in the battle. Good luck to you all. Let's kick some ass. Do it, do it, do it. Thank you, Pi, Asha, Evil Dead, Brett, Jeff, Hey, it's Zuby, and great band for participating. You guys are awesome. If any of you are watching the stream right now and wondering what the heck is going on here, this is Rare Disease Day, so we're celebrating this internationally recognized holiday. Congratulations, GG's everybody, and looks like Hi Rat King got the reward. Thank you for participating. We'll do another one right now. But yeah, it's an official, globally recognized advocacy event. You can check out, like over here on Twitter, there's a Rare Disease Day hashtag. Excuse me, wow. Check that out. Learn about rare disease patients. And if you want to stick around and watch the stream, I'm sharing stories of rare disease patients like myself from the official Rare Disease Day website. And we're going to talk about all things rare diseases from now until 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For reference, it is almost 11 a.m. EST. So please feel free to join us for these Stream Readers battles and listen in for these Rare Disease Day stories. And I'm going to go back to sharing my own rare disease story. So let's do that. Here we go. I'm going to kind of bump back a second here. By the way, Dr. Richard Windsor here, he is my eye specialist. He is incredible and knows, he's world-renowned, which I am so lucky to be able to be seen by somebody who knows about my rare disease and can really help educate me on it, and was willing to be in this video here too. That was awesome of him. Alright, I'm going to get back to the video, and yeah, enjoy.
To the brain to get the same quality, and these traditionally cause a loss of the outer half of the visual field in both eyes, which you've experienced, and that's why I use the field expanders on the outside of the glasses to give you more field.
Yeah. Okay? Awesome. Thank you. Panhypopituitarism means my pituitary gland doesn't produce the hormones necessary to perform some basic day-to-day bodily functions. This has caused hypothyroidism, hypogonadism, adult growth hormone deficiency, and secondary adrenal insufficiency, which can lead to a potentially fatal complication known as an adrenal crisis. I have to take hormones in the form of pills 3 times a day and a daily injection to help sustain my body and keep me going. Treatment isn't a cure, and it's still not perfect. The hormones I take are synthetic and on a schedule, which doesn't exactly mimic the way that hormones are naturally secreted by normally healthy people throughout the day. As a result, I sometimes experience often debilitating symptoms like muscle weakness, fatigue, minor tremors, and brain fog, among others. Due to the pituitary issues, I also have a litany of other metabolic conditions such as insulin resistance and some vitamin deficiencies. When I was born, newborn screening wasn't as robust as it is today, so my parents were completely unaware of my condition until it became very clear that I was not developing like my peers. I was also very frail looking and kept getting sick easily, missing a lot of school to recover from recurrent upper respiratory infections. When I was 13 years old, they took me to Riley Children's Hospital, where I was lucky to be seen by an endocrinologist who is familiar with my rare disease. He took one look at my twitching eyes and developmental delays and suspected my diagnosis right away. Tests confirmed that he was correct, and I was able to start treatment immediately. The medications improved my poor health and strengthened my frail body, and while I would never effectively finish puberty, I developed enough to get by. Growth hormone injections gave me the boost I needed to not be classified as a dwarf, and as soon as I reached that threshold, I begged my parents and doctor to let me stop taking the shots, as they had become quite painful. I didn't know it at the time, but I wasn't injecting in the right spots, and that was causing quite a bit of discomfort. I remained off the growth hormone shots until around the age of 23, when the endocrinologist I was seeing at the time informed me that it's also important for adults with growth hormone deficiency to take the shots, and I risked developing complications such as congestive heart failure without them. I agreed to take the shots again, and they really helped improve my overall quality of life. Unfortunately, not all endocrinologists agree on the importance of taking growth hormone as an adult, despite the very clear research supporting it. As a result, it can be difficult to obtain coverage of the medication, which we'll cover in the next segment. Even with the help provided by hormone replacement therapy, my body is still not strong enough, and a disability judge determined that I'm unable to obtain gainful employment. I still have some good days where I have plenty of strength and energy to dedicate to my advocacy efforts and other hobbies, but I have to be careful and pace myself so I don't cause a flare-up of symptoms that can leave me weakened for days or even weeks at a time. I'm lucky to have an excellent care team, which includes the very endocrinologist who first diagnosed me as a child, an eye specialist who is world-renowned and well-educated on my condition, a nutritionist who helps to coach me on diet and exercise, and a general practitioner for the acute stuff when it arises. I see my endocrinologist about once every 6 months to once a year, depending on how well I'm doing, and I check up with my eye specialist once a year as well. Since I'm on Medicaid, all of this quality care is covered at no cost to me, which I am extremely grateful for. I don't think I'd be able to afford the care that I need without it. Well, that's that. There's my story. Okay. And, in that video, I actually mentioned newborn screening, and I went to the Rare Action Network to talk about that. So, I'm currently serving as the state ambassador for Indiana for the Rare Action Network. Again, I am not acting on their behalf today in an official capacity. This is just, again, something I'm doing on my own that I do every year. But I would like to raise awareness for what they do. So, the Rare Action Network... it's not easy, Bill. Bill just said, that's rough in chat. It can be. I'm assuming you're referring to my rare disease story. But, yeah, it's complicated because I do deal with a lot of debilitating conditions that do hold me back quite a bit from time to time. But I'm getting used to it. I'm learning how to balance. Rare diseases aren't pretty. Some of the people that have them are, though. Right? But they, it can be rough living with a rare disease, but you learn to get by, right? You learn what your limitations are, you have to respect your own boundaries, and then encourage others to also respect those boundaries, and then the folks that don't respect them, they can get on out of here, right? But, like I said, you learn to get by. There is that. Thank you, Bill. Alright, but yeah, the Rare Action Network, it's a grassroots organization that helps empower advocates in every state in the United States to help reach out to their legislators to inform them on policy and other initiatives that directly impact the rare disease community. So I really want to share some of their policy initiatives and learn the key issues, and then I'll show you how you can use their resources on their website to really easily reach out to your representatives and raise awareness for key issues. I'm getting my teeth out in May. Hopefully after that I'll have more energy to be able to lose my weight again. Oh, you're something going on with your teeth? It's like you have an infection or something that's causing you to get sick often? That sucks. But good luck. Hopefully that helps. And there's newborn screening, which I mentioned in that video a little bit ago. Of course, you got appropriations, adequate funding for healthcare research. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so I can read this a little easier. Excuse me. Oh, you only have 6 good ones left, so it's not worth saving them. Yeah, I mean, it happens, man. Teeth. I mean, if you think about it, like, evolutionarily, I can't talk. Hold on. I gotta figure out how to say this word. Because of evolution. We'll just start with that. We just, our teeth just want to stick around for about 30 years and fall out, because we're not, thanks to advances in medical science and whatnot, we live a lot longer than our bodies expect us to. So our teeth are like, you're 30, time to start rotting out of your head. Evolutionary? Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, Bill. My brain was just so caught up on that. Years of neglect. That'll do it too. Yeah. Man. Thank you, Bill. Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get that taken care of and feel better. That's important. Well, let's talk about some of these policy issues on the Rare Action Network page. So, September is Newborn Screening Month. That was obviously back in September, but it's still important to raise awareness of this. Among the most successful public health programs, newborn screening has been saving and improving the lives of children across the United States through early identification of diseases that cause permanent disability or death if not treated early. I touched on this a little bit in my video, but if newborn screening had been more robust when I was a baby, they may have caught my condition right when I was born and started treatment right away, rather than missing it until I was 13, and by then, lacking those necessary hormones does some damage, and it still impacts me. My body is not as strong as it would be if I had gotten those hormones earlier on in life. Like, imagine running a car without oil for a long time, and then finally putting oil in it. Running it without oil for so long, there's going to be some lasting damage, right? So it's kind of a good analogy for that. I'm 40 and stubborn as a Missouri Mule. Well, yeah, good on you for taking care of your teeth now, though. Rather than just being stubborn, being like, it's my teeth, I'm keeping them. I don't know what I'm doing. But still, good luck with those teeth and feel better. Appropriations. Let's learn about this. Adequate funding for healthcare, research and development, and public health programs like those conducted by the Food and Drug Administration, National Institutes of Health, and Centers for Disease and Prevention is critical for rare disease patients. I actually don't really know much about appropriations, so let's learn about that a little bit. Okay, so this is the list of their policy statements. Man, they've been working hard on this. That's awesome. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, we're gonna go back. Whoops. Oh no, the screen is frozen. I did something wrong. I must have clicked on something. There we go. Okay. That opened a new tab. That's what happened. Alright. A lot of what I have are broken off. Yeah. Man, I'm lucky. I was starting to notice that my teeth were getting bad. And I was in my late 20s, and I realized I need to do more to take care of my teeth. And so I really buckled down, and now I blush. I do, though. I brush twice a day, and then I floss once every night before bed, and that's helped my teeth last a little bit longer. I have had to have one filling put in, and I've had a tooth removed. But for the most part, I caught it early, and I'm glad that I did. But I'm glad that you're getting some help now, too. Getting those teeth out is definitely going to feel better, especially if it's, like, I imagine it's probably hard for you to eat, only having so many good ones left. Good luck to you on that. But yeah, the policy issues, you can, like I said, you can go to the Rare Action Network website. That's rareaction.org. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for you here. Click on that. You can go there. Takes you to this page here. Like I said, you can find the key issues on that policy page, and then you can read their position statements. But what I really want to share here is the Rare Action Center, where you can take action, and you can ask your senators to support all of these issues that, if you're, so inspired to do so, which you should be. You can click on these take action buttons, and it takes you to a page, which I'm not going to click on this because I do have autofill turned on my browser, and I don't know if it'll automatically pop into the address thing. But when you click on these take action buttons, it'll take you to a page. Here, let me, actually, if I take this out, you won't be able to see it anymore. Okay, so you're looking at the Nord page, I'm looking at something different. I'm going to click on this take action button for the Protect the Dark. Yeah, there's my address, put that in there. You guys don't need to see that, but cool. And then I'll just erase this, and then I'll bring it back. Okay, it's not letting me erase it. That's fine. Anyway, if you click on that Take Action tab, it'll take you to a pre-written letter that allows you to add in your own edit. Thank God I Greyhound for Medicaid. No joke. Medicaid's awesome. I'm so grateful for it. Definitely needs more funding, but it helps a lot. But anyway, as I was saying, let's go back to the Rare Action website. Again, go to Resources, Rare Action Center, and this is where you can find your representatives. And like I said, when I took the tab off and clicked on the button, it gave me an option to put in my street address. I put in my street address, and it said, here are your senators. And then it gave me a pre-written letter that I can send to them explaining what these issues are and why they should act on them. And then you can add your own personal message into that letter, and then click submit, and it'll send it to them. And it's just that fast. Or you can call your representative if you want, which is sometimes fun. Yay, phone calls. If we didn't have so many greedy politicians on both sides of the spectrum, we might have more funding for medical coverage and benefits. Bill, I agree. Yes. It's something that I'm I get very frustrated about. So I'm not going to go into any rants on that today, because I want to focus on the awesome stories of these rare disease patients on the Rare Disease Day website. So let's read some more stories. That way I don't go into a big angry rant about politicians and lack of funding for programs that literally save lives. Thank you, Bill. Somebody's got to do it. Bill says, well, then I will. I think it's time to read another hero story. So let's do that. Zichuan? I think that's how you pronounce that. Zichuan story. Mucopolysaccharidosis type 1. I have never heard of this before, but I think it's a form of cancer. Yeah, this isn't the time for it. Yeah, Bill, it's, we'll have another stream. I promise. We'll do a stream based solely on getting mad about, lack of funding for, for special causes, related to rare diseases, for sure. I'm out of coffee. I'm gonna go refill this, and when I get back, I will read this story. So, hang in there. I will return. Thank you guys for putting stuff on the Stream Raiders battlefield. Please continue to do so. Shout out to Shama, Poma, Brett, and Pirate King. Thank you guys for coming back. Please continue to contribute to the battle. If anybody is in the chat wondering, how do I get involved in this? There you go. There's the link. You can click on that. It's a free download. Or, it's free. You don't have to download anything. You can if you want to, but you can just play it in your browser. But it's a free game. You just have to log in with your Twitch account, and then you can just drop your dudes on the battlefield. It's super easy to play, and it's a lot of fun. So let's win this battle, which will commence in 13 minutes. Again, gonna go get that coffee. I'll be right back. Want to become famous? Thank you, Bill, for taking care of that. I was getting ready to do that. But you beat me to it. Thank you. Oh, boy. Think of it like this. Mucopolysaccharidiosis. You tried to help me, Bill, but I still butchered it. Thank you for that, Bill. Alright, you guys, let's get back to this story. It's a group of inherited conditions in which the body is unable to properly break down mucopolysaccharides, long chains of sugar. Oh, interesting. So, did you just Google it? Or is this something you knew about before? Because I hadn't heard of this before. But I'm looking forward to learning more about it through this person's story. Oh, crazed! Yeah, my cult leader. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey guys, welcome. Okay, so let me explain what we're doing here today. Welcome to the Rare Disease Day awareness stream. This is so for those of you who don't know, the last day in February is an officially recognized advocacy event known as Rare Disease Day. Sometimes it falls on February 29th, the most rare day of the year. Of course, this year we've just got the 28th. Still exciting, but yeah, Rare Disease Day. So this is a time to share stories of patients that have rare diseases, to help lift their voices and share the experiences that they have that are, you know, so unique that a lot of folks never get to hear about, and help encourage folks to learn about these diseases and the issues that are faced by the patients that have them. And I'm also encouraging folks to donate to a rare disease nonprofit of their choice. I don't have like a donate button or anything up right now, like no donation goal. I'm just encouraging you to donate to whatever group that you'd like to donate to. I do have a link here you can click on that'll give you some helpful links. One of those links is a list of rare disease nonprofits that you can choose from if you would like to donate. But yeah, and if you can't, dude, I get it. Like, I'm broke too right now. I can't even donate to my own, or during my own charity stream. So I totally understand if you can't donate. But what you can do is go to social media, like I see here. I've got this Twitter feed up for the Rare Disease Day hashtag. So you can share a rare disease story that resonates with you, or your own rare disease story, or lift up some posts from rare disease nonprofits that are already posting, like retweeting and whatnot. But let's get those hashtags trending strong so that more people can learn about Rare Disease Day and the existence of said rare diseases. So basically what I'm doing on my stream now, it's March for me, but I'll put that aside as I live in the future. Yes, Crazed is over in Japan, in Japanland. So they celebrated Rare Disease Day yesterday. But yeah, thanks for coming in here. Man, I really appreciate that, Ray. That was very sweet of you. But yeah, we're going to be reading these patient stories on the official Rare Disease Day website. And I was just getting ready to read a story from their official heroes list here. I believe it was this one. Yes. So, Zixuan's story. She's got mucopoly, and oh, by the way, you can all have a really great time laughing at me mispronouncing these rare disease names, because, let me tell you, it took me so long to even learn how to pronounce my own rare disease diagnosis, the optic nerve hypoplasia, panhypopituitarism, and septo-optic dysplasia. It took me forever to learn how to say those words, and every year on Rare Disease Day when I do these streams, I always just trip all over myself trying to pronounce these correctly. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, we also have a Stream Raiders game going. If you guys like Stream Raiders and you'd like to play along, feel free to do so. There's the link for that. But the important thing about today is lifting these stories. So I'm going to get back to reading these patient stories. If anybody has any questions or would like to share their own rare disease story, please feel free to do so in the chat, and I will gladly read those out loud and lift your voice as well. So let's get back to it. Oh, we need music. Hold up. Let me make sure my volume mixing is good again. Put this back down. And get the music back on. Shout out to Chill Hop for making really nice lo-fi music available for free that we can use to spice up the stream without getting DMCA'd. Okay. Thank you again, Crazed, for that. I really appreciate that. You're awesome. Okay. So I'm going to get back to reading this story. Okay, so this is Zixuan's story. Zixuan was 2 years old when her family started the long oh, hold on, let me make this full screen so it looks a little better. There we go. Okay. Zixuan was 2 years old when her family started the long process of trying to find a medical diagnosis for her increasing array of symptoms. Her parents were desperate to figure out what was causing her toddler's health problems and how they can get the right support in place for her. It took 3 years, much financial hardship, and 8 different hospitals before Zixuan was officially diagnosed with mucopolysaccharidosis type 1. Mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 is a rare disease that sits within the broader category of lysosomal storage disorders. Symptoms and characteristics vary between individuals, but are likely to include an enlarged head, stunted growth, and abnormalities in the heart, liver, spleen, vocal cords, and spine. Mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 often causes airways to narrow, leading to recurring upper respiratory infections and sleep apnea. Zixuan's mother describes the exhaustion felt by the whole family. It has taken so much time, effort, and money to arrive at this point of diagnosis, and yet this is still just the start of the journey. Finding effective treatments for mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 is an even bigger hurdle. She says mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 has totally changed our family's life. I've had to stop working to look after Zixuan and her younger sister. My husband and I have had to raise funds ourselves through crowdfunding and borrowing money from friends and family. Oh, okay. I'm back. Shark. Man, dude. Yeah, hang in there. Satan's waterfall is always rough. In November 2020, Zixuan underwent an Okay, let's pronounce this properly. In November 2020, Zixuan underwent a hematopoiesis hematopoietic stem cell transplant, which is likely to be the first in a long line of treatments. This is because mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 is a progressive disease, which means it will get worse over time and it will ultimately limit Zixuan's lifespan. New research into effective treatments is vital in order to postpone the later stages of the disease, which can include sight loss and hearing loss for as long as possible. Another key area of research is early diagnosis. Mucopolysaccharidosis is type 1. Type 1 is a genetic disease. Given enough resources, it is possible to detect it at birth or even during pregnancy, yet Zixuan's family had to wait until she was 5 years old. Early diagnosis can vastly improve outcomes, and timely treatments can provide patients with a much better quality of life. Harkening back to the newborn screening thing that we just mentioned over on the Rare Action Network website, I'm going to bring that up again really quick just to let you guys know. So over here on the Rare Action Network website, go to policy, learn the key issues. Right here, newborn screening. Newborn screening is super, super, super important. Basically, what newborn screening is it allows doctors to test babies for a wide variety of potential diagnoses right out the womb. So when that baby comes out, they test it, and they can determine, whether or not they have certain diseases and get them treatments as soon as possible. The list of diseases already covered under newborn screening is pretty good right now, but it could get better. So please, if you live in the United States, ask your go to rareaction.org and right here, resources, Rare Action Center, take action, find the newborn screening one. It's down here somewhere. You can search for their the key issues, and then if you click on this Take Action button, put in your address, it'll find your representatives for you, and then give you a pre-written letter that you can send to your representatives with your own personal message attached, and tell them to please support newborn screening. Let's get back to our story. Right now, Zixuan is an optimistic young girl whose family are a huge source of support. She's encouraged to pursue her love of drawing, and her mother massages her every day to relieve her symptoms. Oh, that's sweet. Zixuan, 9 years old, says, "Being with my family brings me comfort and joy. My parents are my biggest supporters. They always have my back." That's Zixuan's story. I had never heard of this condition before. That sounds really rough. But it seems like she's got a really great support system, and her parents seem awesome. So, kudos to Rare Parents. You guys kick ass. Alright, so let's move on to another story. One submitted by a patient themselves. Making the most of now. Read full story. Give me 1 second. I gotta step away for just a moment. I will be right back. I'm gonna pop over to the Stream Readers page so you guys can see how this battle is going. Just 1 second. It won't be long at all. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, making the most of now. And this is multifocal motor neuropathy. This is from somebody in New Zealand. The story of Clive. I'm Clive Phillips, an active, fit, and to the naked eye, a healthy British Army veteran. In 2019, after several years of deteriorating function and strength in my hand and arm, I was diagnosed with multifocal motor neuropathy, or MMN. MMN is a rare neurological condition that affects motor function in the hands, arms, feet, and legs. It's a condition I can expect to gradually get worse over time. Consequently, my motto, more than ever before, is that life is all about making the most of now. Thanks to the regular IVIG I totally misread that. Thanks to regular IVIG treatment, my condition has improved. However, IVIG treatment is very costly, time-consuming, and sometimes painful treatment that isn't always effective for those with the condition. It's also not guaranteed to work forever. IVIG can also be subject to shortages, as it is reliant on donations of blood plasma. Hey guys, if you can donate blood, you should do that. More research is needed to better understand the causes of this rare condition, to improve the effectiveness of treatments, and hopefully find a cure. In May 2021, I established Making the Most of Now, a project to raise awareness and funds for research for MMN. We're going to check that out here in a minute. Copy. I began to work with the... Sweet! Thank you, Brett, for putting an epic Badlands Barbarian on the battlefield. Much appreciated. Where was I? Oh no, I lost my place. I began to work with the GBS CDIP Foundation International with the support of the GBS New Zealand Support Group with the aim of establishing the first dedicated MMN research fund to raise $100,000 through the hashtag Ride for MMN campaign. My Ride for MMN plan was to ride the tour of... I'll get to that Stream Raiders battle as soon as the story is over, so please bear with me for a second here. My plan was to ride the tour of Aotearoa event that runs the length of the country from Cape Regina to Bluff. However, reluctantly, in light of the rise of the Omicron variant taking hold in New Zealand, I have decided instead to restrict myself to riding in the South Island to try and limit the chances of coming into contact with this variant. My new route is closer to my home, making it easier for me to self-isolate if I do end up contracting the virus. My new plan was to tackle the classic Kiwi brevet route. However, following the ex-tropical cyclone Dovie, and a major part of the route is closed. I have therefore decided an alternative 1,130-kilometer figure of 8 route, the Tauihu Traverse. It's shorter than 3,000-kilometer tour route, but it's still very arduous. I am aiming to complete the ride in 11 days. Man, that's a goal. Since starting work with the GBS CDIP Foundation International, our partnership has led to the first online global meetups for MMN patients and the establishment of the inaugural MMN Awareness Month, taking place this February. MMN Awareness Month comprises a range of awareness and fundraising campaigns. To coincide with the start of my ride, people around the globe will be taking part in their own Ride for MMN events. This range from group rides to static bike challenges in primary schools and gyms, plus a hashtag Ride for MMN event in Antarctica. That's cool. To ensure we get people on every continent involved. Wow, that's awesome. We hope that by sharing photos or video of their rides on social media, these Ride for MMN events will help share the MMN voice and new audiences, and will encourage people to donate to the cause. With Rare Disease Day on the second day of my ride. Oh, cool. Day 2. Good luck. I will be aiming to promote it in the run-up to my ride and the day itself. And there's a video. We'll watch this after the Stream Raiders battle. But let's get to that really quick. Good luck, everybody. Thank you again for participating. And, yeah, good luck. Shout out to Ashama, Poma, Brett, Pyrat, Gold... Oh, the names are moving on me. And Craze, thank you also for participating. Much appreciated. I think we got this. We'll do another battle as soon as this one's over. Yeah! Awesome, awesome. We're gonna give Crazed one of these awards because of that raid. Thank you for that. And it looks like the Seven-Tail Fox got the other one. Congrats. Woo! By the way, let me do a shout out for you, Crazed. I normally do that when I get a raid, but I totally forgot because I was so excited to share Rare Disease Day. But if you guys are interested in a really cool, chill streamer that is definitely not a cult leader, wink, you can go over and check out their stream. Lots of great chatting streams. She does Japanese studies streams that are really cool. She's just real neat to hang out with. Are you still playing The Witcher? Heck yeah, indeed. Mix of games, chatting, and just general cool, chill vibe. So definitely give them a follow and check them out. I support them. There's my tank. Feel free to participate if you like. We were mostly playing The Witcher today, just chatting with... Oh, cool. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, so variety streamer like myself. Check them out. Give them a follow. They're just cool to hang out with in general. Alright. So, got another Stream Raiders battle up. Feel free to join in if you would like. Let's check out this, the video that Clive posted here on his Rare Disease Day story. Dou itashimashite. Okay. Let's see. I need to adjust volume really quick. Oh, first I gotta pause the music. Pause. crank this up a little bit and let's watch his video. Ewok! Good to see you! Thanks for stopping by. How's the stream been going, yo? Been lurking for a while, been busy with work for children feeding. Yeah, totally get it. No, stream's been going great. I've been sharing all kinds of rare disease stories. I just read the story from Clive here. He's got something called I want to make sure I got this right. Multifocal motor neuropathy. We've read his story, and despite his rare disease, he's doing this really cool bike tour. So this is a video that he posted talking about that, and we're gonna watch this after this beautiful ad. Skip. Okay, so turn this up. This is the video that he. Oh, this is an 8-minute long video. We'll watch a little bit. We'll watch a few minutes. Let him do his intro and stuff, but I don't think we're gonna spend the full 8 minutes watching it. But let's check this out.
My journey as someone who's was diagnosed with MMN a couple of years ago. I guess first noticed symptoms probably 5-6 years ago. It's always difficult to tell. First thing I really noticed was I would be trying to use a knife and fork, and while I was holding a fork particularly in my left hand, I'd find I'd just be shaking a little, and I must admit at the time I thought, oh my god, Parkinson's. But you push that to the back of your mind. Inevitably you don't go to a doctor because I'm a bloke and we don't do those kind of things. And kind of left it at that for quite some time, and from there I suppose the next thing I really noticed was a loss of strength in my fingers and in my hands, and I started, frighteningly to be, and I know I've said this to many people, the thing that really struck me was that I could no longer hold 3 pints of beer in my 2 hands. I just did not have the strength, and that was quite disconcerting because I like my beer. And nobody wants to have to make 2 trips to the bar. But that was kind of ignored that as well, and I did talk to the doctor. I banged my elbow skiing, and I thought, oh, is it all related to that? Had a bit of nerve pain. All of these symptoms are in my left hand. There's nothing going on anywhere else in the body. And we move on a couple of years, and then things got kind of really a bit weird, and I can vividly remember being at work and walking along the corridor and trying to give someone a thumbs up, and I couldn't do it, and it was pretty evident that the brain was not speaking properly to my hands. And I think from then on it felt like things were kind of deteriorating very quickly. I would be driving and would suddenly find myself unable to move my hand to the gear stick the way I wanted, or sometimes not even let loose of it. I'd be riding my bike and I'd suddenly find I didn't have the strength to change gear anymore. And I was on a plane and trying to put things in the overhead locker, and I didn't have the strength, and my left shoulder would kind of drop as my arm collapsed. That was pretty freaky.
Man, that sounds awful.
And by this stage I thought, okay, I need to go and see a doctor. Went to the doctors, as you do. I was lucky.
Yeah. Man, Ewok, just like getting a diagnosis when you have a rare disease. There's a video that I can play after this one actually that explains this really well. Man, it's a journey. It really is. Just, you are absolutely correct.
The doctor said, well, if it's a problem with you, we think you need a neurologist, but we'll set you up with a hand specialist because he's likely to have a shorter waiting list. He will be able to refer you to a neurologist far quicker than me. That proved to be the case, and that was in about the March of 2019. By the May I was seeing a neurologist, and he was straight away kind of hooking me up to electrodes and testing my nerve conduction. He was looking at my finger strength, which was some of the worst that he'd ever seen, and very quickly he was starting to think about either CIDP or MMN. He sent me for a lumbar puncture, spinal tap, and just to check that out. And by this stage, even though we'd only moved on, I think we were now into about the September, October, I'd experienced, just started to feel foot drop. Those of you who know it probably recognise the fact that the first thing certainly I noticed was this slapping noise from my foot, and I thought, what is that? A slapping noise, and just the fact that I'd trip over things a lot more. My foot wasn't lifting. So took that. I was lucky. I can remember from the first neurologist appointment, neurologist rang me up a couple of days later and said, I've got a bunch of specialists coming in on Friday, can you come in? And the answer, of course, in those circumstances is yes. And there must have been about a dozen people stood looking at the results of my tests, prodding and poking me, and it was pretty amazing that within about 6 months, you know, people were telling me, no, we don't think this is ALS, because that's one of the things obviously a lot of us worry about as we start to Google our way through our symptoms. And I was told fairly quickly that they thought it was MMN, and again relatively quickly was told give IVIG a go. Went into the hospital, you're never quite sure, had a double dose over a couple of days, felt the usual fatigue and tiredness and a bit of headache and neck ache, and that was the week before Christmas in 2019. And I was again incredibly lucky. A couple of days later I thought, I think there's some hand movement coming back. I'd completely lost some of my fine motor skills, and it felt like they were coming back. I didn't want to jump the gun though. I gave it a couple of days, and I guess my Christmas present to the family, to my wife that year, was that I gave them a thumbs up with a hand that hadn't been able to do a thumbs up for a couple of years.
Oh, that's awesome. IVIGs.
That's my kind of story.
I'm really glad that resource is available.
I have IVIG only every 6 weeks. Yes, I get tired from that, but generally I have seen a significant improvement from where I was, and I'm also, I get a bit of tingling. I'm sure that's linked. I'm never sure. Sometimes I'm a bit fatigued. Certainly know that when I'm fatigued I feel the tingling more. I feel kind of a bit weird in the hands and arms, but generally pretty good. So I know that's not the case for everybody out there, but I guess, and that's not only just for those that are struggling to get a diagnosis, those who are on IVIG and it's not really working for them, or their side effects are not very good, a bit bad. So, and I guess that's why I'm so determined to use the opportunity I've got, and the opportunity.
Man, that's awesome. Like this guy, he's there's only a few seconds, like 30 seconds left of this video. I'm gonna go ahead and let the rest of it play. I didn't expect that we'd watch the full 8 minutes, but his story is really, like, he's telling it so well. He's so captivating, and he's got a lot of great information in there. So I wanted to go ahead and let it play. Almost over.
That IVIG has given me to get out there, raise awareness of what this condition is, raise, hopefully, ultimately a shed load of money for research into it, and let's see if we can try and find a cure. But that's my story, relatively short and sweet. Thanks everyone.
That's awesome. Yeah, Ewok. Hold on a second. Yeah, what you, let me change the the highlighted message here. So, actually, a second ago, Bill said, MMN, or multifocal motor neuropathy, is a rare disease that causes muscle weakness and can worsen over time. Usually starts on the side of the body and doesn't affect your sense of touch. As you can imagine, it can be difficult to detect, for sure. Yeah, and that's one that I hadn't heard about before, too. So I'm learning all kinds of new rare diseases today. And Giant Ewok says, I just looked it up. Thank goodness for this dude that New Zealand has universal health care. What happens when this happens to you, but you gotta pay the bill at the end? No kidding. Like I said just a little bit ago, I am so grateful for Medicaid, because without it, I would not be able to afford the treatments that I need to treat my own rare disease. Because I just... So one of the medications that I have to take in order to just function, the growth hormone shot that I take, is $2,500 for a month's supply. Let that sink in. $2,500 for a month's supply of growth hormone. And that's, I mean, compared to a lot of rare disease treatments, that's on the cheap end. Like, that's affordable. So I can't imagine what it would be like if I didn't have support like from Medicaid. And of course in the United States there is this really unfortunate gap in coverage for folks. Some people are just above the poverty line, just enough that they don't qualify for Medicaid, but they can't get the support they need because they can't afford these medications. Luckily, thanks to the Affordable Care Act, insurance companies can't deny folks coverage due to pre-existing conditions, but it can still be really difficult to deal with private insurance companies to get these medications covered because there is a copay, and they can be really expensive. And even with services like GoodRx, some people just can't get the medications they need. That's really unfortunate. But that's why groups like NORD exist. So over on the NORD website, which please go donate to, click on this little button here, give them some money. They need it for all these great services they provide. Like right here, if you take a look, they've got resources for patients and families, patient assistance programs to help you pay for these medications, and things like the Caregiver Respite Program that I mentioned earlier, which allows caregivers of rare disease patients to take a break, while NORD pays for a caregiver to take their place for a day and help take care of their family member that has the rare disease that that needs that higher level of care, so that they so that their main caregiver can get a break. Little things like that can go a long way and means a lot to folks living with rare diseases. So if you can support NORD, please go do that, or you can select any rare disease nonprofit of your choice today and donate to them in observance of Rare Disease Day. But I really want to check out this guy's website, the story that we just heard. This is what he's doing here. Excuse me. I guess the main reason these projects need donos funding is that pharma companies have no incentive to make an affordable cure because there aren't enough people to profit off of. Yes. So in the United States we have something called the Orphan Drug Act, which was passed in 1983 by the National Organization for Rare Disorders. This was before they had become a nonprofit. After they helped pass the Orphan Drug Act, they became a 501c nonprofit and have been helping patients ever since. But the Orphan Drug Act, basically what that does is it incentivizes pharmaceutical companies to produce orphan drugs, which are the treatments for rare diseases and other conditions, where they're not really making a profit off of these conditions. Or, sorry, not making, well, I guess they... Oh, that could be another rant entirely. But not making a profit off of the medications that they make to treat these conditions. And unfortunately, right now, the orphan tax credit is in duress. So basically, the Orphan Drug Act gives these pharmaceutical companies a tax credit that helps to reimburse them for these orphan drugs that they're making, and it incentivizes them to work on those. So we're going to go back over to the Rare Action page. Oh, well, that's... I can't type. Hold on. rareaction.org. Let's do that. And you can go to the policy page, learn the key issues, and right around here... Oh, wait, sorry. Never mind. I went to the wrong page. Go back. Go to Resources, Rare Action Center if you're in the United States. Take action. Tell Congress to protect the orphan drug tax credit today. So, the current draft of the Build Back Better Act includes language to amend the orphan drug tax credit in ways that would severely undermine efforts to ensure more patients have access to safe and effective drugs for their rare conditions. So we really need to act on this, you guys. Please, let me send you straight to this page right now. If you're in the United States, please, please, please click on the Take Action button under the orphan tax credit. Send a letter to your representatives. It's super easy to do that. They have the tools implemented already. When you click Take Action, it'll pop up a thing that lets you put in your address. It'll find your representatives, and then all you have to do is click Submit on this pre-written letter. You can include your own message in there as well. Not even profiting off of rare stuff. I saw the U.S. drug companies polled with... Oh, no kidding. Yeah, that's another that's another rant that I could go into. And I'm trying not to get into angry political rants, or I don't even consider this politics, honestly. Sorry for hitting the table. I know that messes with Mike. Sorry, I just get so mad. But yeah, I want to focus today on patient stories, but I could absolutely rant about those things. We will have a stream sometime soon talking about those for sure. It makes me so mad. But the fact is, we do have help out there. There is hope, thanks to organizations like NORD and the Rare Action Network, who are putting these patients first and really making a difference. So let's check out this guy's website. So this is the guy. This is the video. The guy's video that we just watched. This is his project here. Ride for MMN. I think he said in his story that this is on Rare Disease Day. It would be the second day of his journey. Actually, I think in New Zealand, are they a day ahead over there from the U.S.? So that he may be on day 3 of his journey right now. But it's amazing what he's doing. Cool. So check out his website. I'm going to get you guys a link to this so you can check it out if you want to. Copy, paste. Boink. Go do that. They are looking for donations, so please, that would be a great group to donate to if you're considering donating to somebody for Rare Disease Day. Consider that one. Well, let's read another patient story, shall we? Thank you again, Clive, for sharing your story. Let's read another one. Okay. Read another one of their official heroes. Shipizo, I hope I'm saying that right. Shipizo Gloria's story. Von Willebrand's disease. Oh, yeah, thank you for the Raidens for stopping by and everything. It's really, that made my day. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming in here and supporting Rare Disease Day, and I hope you have a good sleep. Have a good rest. Thank you. I will do that, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you. I'll see you on a future one of your streams. Looking forward to hanging out and studying some Japanese with you again. Take care, and, sleep well. Hearts. Thanks. Again, I'm going to give her another shout out. If you guys aren't following Crazed, you should definitely do that. Alright. So let's read Shipizo Gloria's story. I'm going to zoom in a bit because my eyes are terrible. Oh, I was zooming in the wrong window. Here we go. Okay. Also, just a reminder, we do have that Stream Raiders battle up and going. It'll be starting in about 10 minutes, so if you would like to play along with that, here's the link. You don't have to download anything, totally free. Whoop, that's... Yep, okay. And, yeah, join us for this battle. I think we can win this thing. We've already got a nice looking army already, but this is a level 3 difficulty, so if you can get in there and help support the army that we've got going on here, that would be totally cool. Alright, let's get back to reading stories. Okay. For over 20 years, Shipizo Gloria coped with a bleeding disorder before eventually being diagnosed. Oh, shoot, I almost forgot to share. After this story, I'm going to share a video that I had made explaining the diagnosis journey for folks that have rare diseases. So don't let me forget to do that after this one. But we're going to read her story first. For over 20 years, Shipizo Gloria coped with a bleeding disorder before eventually being diagnosed. She went from doctor to doctor, hospital to hospital, and medication to medication, none of which seemed to help her condition or provide answer. I read that as provide, but I think they meant to say provide. That dash got me. to help her condition or provide answers to what was happening in her body. In her quest, she even traveled to another country, South Africa, to eventually be told at the age of 23 that she had von Willebrand's disease. I remember hearing that name, the name of this disease, but I don't know anything about it, so looking forward to learning about it. Shapisa Gloria traveled to South Africa because in Zimbabwe, where she lived, there was only one hospital with one doctor who knew nothing about her condition, a frequent problem with rare diseases. Von Willebrand's disease is an inherited bleeding disorder in which the blood is unable to clot properly or it takes a long time to clot. It affects about 1 in 10,000 people, or fewer depending on which of the 3 subtypes of the disease one has. Even now, at the age of 26, Shapisa Gloria is unsure of what subtype of the disease she has, and only by knowing this will she be able to access the right treatment. Because of her long search for a diagnosis and the number of different medical facilities she has attended, her medical notes and records are fragmented, making further diagnosis difficult, and her future and that of her family is uncertain. All my life I have struggled with bleeding issues, says Shapisa Gloria. As a child, I used to get nosebleeds about 3 to 4 nights every week. Because I loved playing soccer outside, I would get blamed for playing for too long in the sun. Even during the cold winter days, I would get nosebleeds, and my parents used to get very worried about me. Bleeding problems continued throughout her adolescence and into adulthood, when she would get very extra heavy menstrual periods that went on for weeks at a time. I will never forget the 2010 World Football Cup in South Africa, where I was one in a long 37-day stretch of menstruation. Whoa! 37 days. No thanks. Wow. She says, as she got older, she realized that she would need to stop taking part in contact sports or anything that may cause her to bruise or bleed. As a result, she had to put aside any notion of sports like bungee jumping, which she had hoped to try. And it was during these times she turned to arts, theater, and music and learned to play marimba percussion. These days she tries to control her condition through transfusions and birth control pills. However, even now, neither she nor the doctors are certain whether the treatment she's receiving is helping her. She has been offered various types of medication, which may or may not help, but many of these are outside of her budget. That man... Just hearing stories like that really hit hard. Just, it's so frustrating knowing that she could receive better treatment and live, a more comfortable life if she had more money. I'm gonna go into a socialist rant. A year ago, Shapisa Gloria had a baby boy. Since then, she has once again been struggling with her bleeding. The ongoing high costs of medication and transfusions on top of the costs of bringing up a child have meant the treatment for Shapisa Gloria's condition has taken a back seat. Trying to juggle between her job, her baby, and her condition has been difficult, particularly during the pandemic. She's grateful for her amazing friends and the network of friends and neighbors she's been able to rely on, as well as the support of Child and Youth Care Zimbabwe, an organization championing the interest of people living with rare medical conditions. Regardless of her struggles, Shapisa Gloria never loses hope and believes she is stronger than her genetic disorder. There's one little thing that brings me comfort and joy. My son, Mamdlan Kosi, meaning God's divine power. She says, I believe he is a gift sent to me in my struggles. He is my personal, little, cute, amazing human being, my deepest miracle manifested. I am super grateful, and I continue to believe all will be well for me and my little bundle of joy. Wow, that was a really powerful story. Thank you for sharing that, Gloria. That was a lot to take in. I'm wishing you all the best. Okay, yeah, let's watch that video that I mentioned of, sharing, the diagnosis journey. Don't judge my video recommendations, please. Because, yep, you got to see what my interests are, I suppose. Alright. So, I think, here we go. A few fun facts about... You know what? Let's start from here. Let's just watch from the beginning. It'll talk a little bit about rare diseases, the whole zebra thing, which, by the way, these little cute little zebras that are running around the screen, I've got a great story to share. So, yesterday, I randomly got the idea to put stream avatars on my stream for today, which I've been planning this stream for quite a while. Did not consider having stream avatars on here until just yesterday, and then I went looking for zebra avatars to put on there, and I couldn't find any in the Steam Workshop for stream avatars. So I reached out to the stream avatars community in the Discord and asked if anybody knew of any zebra avatars that I just wasn't finding, and somebody suggested, you could get a commission, and I said, well, this is for a Rare Disease Day awareness stream that's happening tomorrow for Rare Disease Day, so it's a bit too short notice to expect an artist to do a commission in that amount of time. So I was just looking for something that was pre-made, and the most amazing thing happened. Some incredible user, going by the name of Mentos, which I made a command for them on my channel just for this. They made this zebra avatar that's running around the screen being all cute. They made this last minute within a matter of hours. I don't know how they managed to pull that off so quickly, but they did it unprompted, for free, not asking anything in return, and they said that they too have a rare disease and that this resonated with them. And I'm gonna cry. It's just faith in humanity restored. Thank you, Mentos, for those zebras. But this video that I'm about to play will explain the whole zebra thing, and I hope you guys enjoy it. I'm gonna hop myself back over here, make sure closed captions are on, and yeah, here's the video. Hello, Purdue students. My name is Sunny Ammerman, and I'm here today on behalf of the Rare Action Network, a rare disease grassroots advocacy group created by the National Organization for Rare Disorders, or NORD for short. I'm the volunteer state ambassador for Indiana and a rare disease patient as well. Today, I'm going to tell you all about what NORD is, what the Rare Action Network does, and also share my personal experiences as a patient. While this plays, I'm going to go get some coffee. I'll be right back. From my perspective, and gain some insights into the patient's experience, navigating the often overwhelming processes involved in obtaining medications from specialty pharmacies and getting insurance approval. My goal today is to help build some empathy for the patients you might one day be interacting with on the job, and also let you know about the great resources available to patients as well as industry from groups such as NORD. So, what is a rare disease anyway? In the US, any disease affecting fewer than 200,000 people is considered rare. There are more than 7,000 rare diseases affecting 25 to 30 million Americans. In other words, 1 in 10 Americans are living with a rare disease, and more than half of them are children. Besides dealing with their specific medical problems, people with rare diseases struggle to receive a proper diagnosis, find information, and gain treatment. The rarity of their conditions often makes medical research more difficult. The zebra is the official symbol of rare diseases, and you'll see a lot of zebra-themed imagery used by the rare disease community. This comes from the old adage, when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras, which encourages physicians to look for the most common diagnosis rather than sift through the many potential rare diseases out there. While this makes sense in most cases, this has the unintentional consequence of making it much harder for rare disease patients to obtain the right diagnosis and treatments in a timely manner. With roughly 1 in 10 Americans living with a rare disease, it's clearly not always going to be a horse. Sometimes it's a zebra. Why is it so difficult to find a doctor that can identify and diagnose a rare disease? Around 7.5 to 9% of people have a rare disease, and there are around 7,000 rare diseases. Out of 2,500 patients in a doctor's panel, around 225 will have a rare disease, but their chances of seeing any particular one is very small, less than 1%. It can take a long time for a zebra to get the correct diagnosis. Take a look at this map created by NORD, which details a typical patient's journey towards a diagnosis. About 1 in 13 people are currently living with an undiagnosed condition. Typically, it takes 5 years or longer for someone with a suspected rare disease to receive a correct diagnosis. I am back. We are going to do that Stream Raiders battle really quick. Sorry about that. And then we'll come back and finish this this part off. Let me get caught up in chat. Sorry for the delay. Had to get some coffee, and then I realized, ooh, I need a bio break. So I did that. Okay. So, it's always a sunshiny day whenever Insomnia Doodle streams. Ayo! Thanks, Bill. Alright, so, Stream Raiders battle. Let's do that. Whoop. Okay. Thank you guys for participating. Shout out to Brett, Crazed, Seven-Toe Fox, MG, Aldi? Is that the one that I know that's Mel's husband? If it is, hello. Hey, it's Zuby, CCT, Maps, Cheskit. Mel, yeah, you're also in here. Awesome. Oh, thank you guys. I didn't know you were lurking. I really appreciate the support. Alright, hopefully you guys have been enjoying Rare Disease Day. Thank you guys so much for this big ol' army we got. I hope we can do this. Good luck, everybody. We can do it. Yeah, you got that bright hippie name, indeed. Billy, I've already told you that I'm named after a pizza place, right? Yeah. But my mom is also a hippie, so it checks out. Yeah. We did it! Yes! Victory! Thank you guys! And looks like CTV and Hey Zuby got their awards. Thank you guys for playing along. I am actually... so, my plan for today... So glad she linked that coloring page. She liked that. Oh, my mom! Yeah! Yeah, the penguin! Yeah, that was, she did. Yeah, that was so cute. I commissioned Bill to do a coloring page for my mom. Of a penguin, and it was really cute. Okay, so my plan for today was to end the stream at noon, because I've got a Nord event that I want to go to, but I really want to keep the, rare disease info train going, so I'm going to continue to stream. Even though I won't be here actively, I will be running Stream Raiders in the background, so please continue to play along. We'll start another game, and while I am doing the Rare Disease Day stuff, for Nord, I won't be around. I'll still chat in the chat. I'll have the Twitch chat up on the side so we can communicate and hang out. But I won't be on camera because I will be in a Zoom call. But once that's over with, I'll come back. We'll continue to hang out for as long as I've got the spoons to do so. And we'll take on the world boss. I don't know why I put my tank on the back end. That was silly. You guys just put your dudes up here, like on the front, wherever you want to put them. Tactically, I am failing today. But yeah, here at noon, I'm going to step away from the stream, get myself some lunch, and prepare for that Zoom call with Nord. And then I'll hang out with you guys until I have to go for that. And then when I do, I'll leave Stream Raiders up on this screen here so that you guys can hang out. And, play Stream Raiders and see this Twitter feed up of the Rare Disease Day hashtag. Yeah, so we'll do that. That's the plan. But for now, let's go back to this video. I'm going to start this over from the beginning here. This explains the patient's journey towards diagnosis. Ewok and I were chatting about that a little bit ago, and it's really important to share this story because it does take a very, very long time on average for folks that have rare diseases to get the diagnosis they need, and this part of this video really explains that part pretty well. It can
Enjoy.
take a long time for a zebra to get the correct diagnosis. Take a look at this map created by Nord, which details a typical patient's journey towards a diagnosis. About 1 in 13 people are currently living with an undiagnosed condition. Typically, it takes 5 years or longer for someone with a suspected rare disease to receive a correct diagnosis, with patients visiting numerous physicians along the way. It starts with the patient taking note of their symptoms, which leads them to their first visit to a primary care physician and initial testing, blood work, x-rays, etc. Then the patient might take what they've learned from those tests and apply them to some online research. Eventually, they'll have their first visit with a specialist. That specialist might only have a suspected diagnosis or no diagnosis at all. The patient might then begin treatment of their symptoms, but not the root cause. This can go on for quite some time. The patient might seek a second opinion from another specialist or find themselves in a long cycle of specialist referrals while they continue to try and pin down the root cause of their symptoms. From here, the patient might need genetic testing, unless they're lucky enough to receive a diagnosis. If a diagnosis is still elusive, a patient might seek genetic... Shout out to Brett for the epic heroic archer. Thank you. Sometimes a patient might have to undergo multiple tests before the results lead to a correct diagnosis. Once diagnosed, the first thing a patient typically does is turn to the internet for more information on treatments and available resources. If necessary, they may begin genetic counseling. Finally, the patient will discover the amazing support from the rare disease community. There are numerous support groups available online and organizations such as NORD which offer resources and advocacy which helps improve the lives of rare disease patients. Indeed, indeed. So, I'm going to send you guys a link. And if you click on this link, it'll take you to this page on my website, which has other links for you to click on. This is for the official Rare Disease Day website, which is where we're reading patient stories today. This one's for NORD's website, where you can go and donate to their amazing causes and learn about what they do to help folks that have rare diseases. You can click here to go to the Rare Action Network page, which is where we were talking about policy issues and how to reach out to your local representatives if you live in the United States, and then a list of rare disease organizations that you could choose from to donate to if you would like to donate to a good cause in observance of Rare Disease Day. Okay, so I've got just enough time to read one more story before I have to go take my lunch break and prepare for that Zoom call, which, by the way, if you guys don't know about this event, you can register for this right now. It's totally free. And you can join me there. So if you click on that link, it'll take you to this page where you can register for this Rare Disease Day event. This is the one that I'm talking about that I've got to step away from the stream to do. It starts at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My earphones are about to die on me, so I gotta charge those while I'm eating lunch. Sorry, I got distracted because it told me in my ear that my batteries running out. But if you register for this, you will get an email right away that will give you access to the Zoom call, and you can join me there. I will be in the Zoom call. We'll be able to see each other and hang out. It'll be super cool, and we can learn about rare disease stuff and celebrate Rare Disease Day from the official NORD Rare Disease Day live event. So definitely join me for that if you can. That would be super chill. Speaking of super chill, let's get some music going again and read one final story before I go on my lunch break. And then when I come back later, we'll read more stories while we play Stream Raiders until we get that stream boss at the very end. So please stick around for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. And tell your friends, please. Have them come join. They don't even have to watch the stream. We just need to get more people in this army. Alright. Thank you guys again for all your support. I really do appreciate it. Okay. So, I believe we were going to read a patient story this time, yeah, because we just read a hero story. So we're going to read my hero. The story of Karen. Whoop! I zoomed in on the wrong window again. So this is sign gap 1. I've heard of this condition. I don't know much about it though. So I think I may have covered it last year. The story of Karen. Meet Tommy. See this beautiful smile and happy boy? He loves school, his writing therapy, going to Little League, watching music on his iPad, yet behind that smile, meet a warrior who fights every day for a good day. No seizures that impact the things he loves the most. Being at school, enjoying cheering his heart out at school games, listening to music on his iPad. As a mom, the isolation is heartbreaking. The stares, the negative comments, just ask me questions. I'm honored to share this incredible human being with you and enrich your life for it. Sign Gap 1 robbed him of any semblance of normal, but he keeps going, and that is the lesson. You may fall, but you get back up and keep going. He is my warrior and hero at his core for all he has endured, with a smile that melts my heart. God gave me a gift, often a hard one, but a gift in the greatest sense of the word. Tommy was not diagnosed until the age of 17.5 after extensive genetic testing, repeated testing, studies, countless neurology visits. Back to that video. That experience is very common. We kept going, and we will, just as he does, every moment of every day. And there's Karen and her son Tommy. Thank you for sharing that story, Karen. Alright, 5 more minutes. I've got enough time to read one more story. So we're going to go back and we're going to pick the next hero to read about. And read his story before I have to go. Wafik's story. Duchenne muscular dystrophy. We're familiar with this one. I believe Duchenne muscular dystrophy is... Oh, I know somebody that has this. We're going to learn more about it. Soon after Wafik from Lebanon was born, his parents realized something did not seem quite right. After having spent a worrying few months in hospital units undergoing multiple biopsy procedures and taking different blood and genetic tests, Wafik was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a rare and incurable genetic disease. Duchenne muscular dystrophy starts in early childhood and affects approximately 6 per 100,000 children, mostly boys. The disease affects muscles, which get progressively weaker and makes it difficult for a kid to jump, run, and walk. It can also affect the spine and present respiratory problems. Wafik's family must rely on support from a wide range of services and organizations to help him get through the day. Today, Wafik is a 20-year-old young adult who feels extremely lucky to have the medical care and support he needs. However, this has not always been the case. When Wafik was first diagnosed, his parents found themselves completely alone. They received no support and no explanation of what Duchenne muscular dystrophy was. Healthcare professionals confused them with their recommendations, and there was no one to answer their questions. Wafik strongly believes much more needs to be done for people who have rare diseases and movement disorders, including improved accessibility to school, work, and public places. There needs to be increased awareness about rare diseases, he says. Access to medical care is a basic right. Say it again! Access to medical care is a basic right, and government should better support people living with rare diseases, including medical care, therapy, and equipment needed for a better life. As the disease has progressed, Wafik has felt his muscles weakening. He is now unable to stand or maintain his balance. Furthermore, raising his arms has become much more difficult and he has become much more dependent. These days, I need support for all daily activities, from getting up to going to bed, he says. But this hasn't stopped him from enjoying his life to the fullest. He is passionate about cars and likes to stay up to date about the latest models. He also enjoys going to the cinema and playing video games with his younger brother. It is this strength and positivity that has inspired his parents to start an association supporting families and patients diagnosed with neuromuscular diseases. The Lebanese Association for Neuromuscular Diseases helps spread awareness about the difficulties patients and their families experience from the moment their child is diagnosed with a neuromuscular disease. It supports these families in sharing and discussing their problems, providing them with the latest research and therapy developments. There you go. There's another group to consider supporting for Rare Disease Day. The Lebanese Association for Neuromuscular Diseases. Look them up. Drop them a donation if you're able to do so. Wafik is grateful for his family for providing unconditional love and support, which has enabled him to inspire and cheer up everyone around him. I'm comforted when I feel all the love and support around me. I'm a positive and happy person who's able to live, love, and be loved, to dream, to enjoy my time, and to live a happy life. It's my right. Well said, Wafik, and thank you for sharing your story. That was awesome. Man, we've read some really powerful stories today. This has been absolutely incredible. This is why every year I look forward to Rare Disease Day, because I get to share these stories with you guys. This is fantastic. Thank you guys for sharing all of your stories. And you can read all of these stories on your own as well if you go to the Rare Disease Day website, rarediseases.org. Again. Oh, that's the wrong... Sorry. That's the wrong command. Again, you can find links to these websites by clicking that link there. And take you to it. I'm going to go ahead and step away from the stream. I will be back after the Nord meeting because I'm feeling well enough and I want to keep this going. And I really want to keep this raid battle going as well. 17 minutes until the next battle. I will come back and start that. But I will have to be, I probably won't talk or anything. I'll start the battle and you guys can continue to play. And I'll continue to do that until I come back after the Zoom call. I've got to let my earbuds charge. So we'll do that. So I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to change this text down here to say when I will be back. And there's my reminder to take my meds.
Sunshine, here's your reminder.
Take your meds.
And I think that how long is that Nord event going on for again? Hold on, I gotta check on that. From 1:30 to 2:30. Okay, so I'll be back at 2:30. But in the meantime, we will be playing Stream Raiders the whole time, so please continue to play along. I'm just gonna leave it up. Sunshine, it's time to take your meds. I know! My robot just told me. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm also gonna get some lunch, charge up my earbuds, and yeah, I'll be back. But you guys, please enjoy the chill tunes. I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. Please continue to hang out and drop your dudes on the battlefield. I'll come back and start the battle when it is time to start. But until then, I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'll see you guys later. Thanks again for supporting Rare Disease Day. You've all been awesome. Thank you guys again for participating in the Stream Raiders battle. It is time to start. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much. Or everybody who's put dudes on the battlefield. You're freaking awesome. I appreciate it. I'm in the middle of eating lunch right now, so as soon as this battle is over, I'm going to go back to doing that and relaxing before... oh, there's probably an echo. I'm so sorry. Turn that down. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to eating some lunch and preparing for the special Nord event, which, by the way, there's still time to register for that if you would like. It is a free event. You can join me in the Zoom call. We can see each other and hang out and celebrate Rare Disease Day together. But, up until then, let's see, I'm gonna eat some lunch, chill for a minute. I might come back and hang out here on stream with you guys before I hop in there, if I've got the time. Thanks again for playing. GG's. Hype. Aldi, Big Bill, and Mel. You three folks that I actually know in the Stream Raiders battle, by some sheer act of luck, have received the rewards. So congratulations. Let's hop on to the next battle. Let's see, which one should we do? Do you think we can handle a larger, harder battle here? Let's go on the safe side and go with this one here that's just a moderate challenge level. And, drop your dudes on the battlefield. Thanks again for playing along. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And I'm going to go back to eating my lunch. See you guys here in a bit. All right. How's everybody doing? Got some time before the Zoom call happens. So I'm going to hang out in here for a little bit. Got about 9 minutes before that Stream Raiders battle starts. I had a good lunch. It was nice. My earbuds are still... My ear's mess. It's fine. But my earbuds are still charging. So I've got my other headphones on right now, which means I can't wear my fancy zebra beret. But that's okay, I can wait. Alright, let me get caught up in chat. Bill's talking about updating his computer so that he can start streaming again. I'm gonna attempt to swap out the power supply and put my GPU in it. Cool. That'll be nice. I'd love to get another monitor like the one I'm using right now. The one I have was free, but I got... Oh, nice. Messy hair, don't care. You got that right. Yep. Yeah, cool. Free monitors are nice. That's awesome. Good to hear. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool if you can get back to streaming again. Man, look at this army we've got. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. Alright, about 8 minutes before the next battle. You know what? That means we can, we got enough time for another patient story to come in. Oh, hold on. I need to adjust. That ding you heard right then and there came through my speakers. I need to turn that off. Okay. That was my chat alert. So that's what I hear every time you guys say something in the chat. I get a little ding. Lets me know that you're there. Which is nice. It was being thrown away, but it still works. So I was like, hell yeah. Right. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Faux show, faux show. Let's read some Rare Disease Day stories. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you, Bill. Much appreciated. Luckily, it only dings once like that, because, like, otherwise that would have been a lot. Okay, before the break, I believe we read Karen and Tommy's story. So let's read another hero story here. Shafiq's story, hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia, HED. That's a new one for me. Let's learn. Well, she is indeed, Bill. Yeah, nice try. Okay, so let's zoom in here and read Shafiq's story. I am Shafiq from Malaysia, and I am living with hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia, HED. I love hiking in the jungle and jogging, which previously I feared to try. This is because traveling and doing outdoor activities can be slightly difficult for me. I can't sweat, and I have a dry skin condition. As it's generally known, sweating moistens the skin and helps controlling body temperature. Malaysia has a humid climate throughout the year. The average temperature is between 21 and 32 degrees Celsius, so these conditions sometimes constrain me from doing outdoor activities or traveling. I was inspired by stories from the US-based ectodermal support group. These activities made me healthier. It has changed my mindset on how I view my body's abilities, especially in managing body temperature. Malaysia has many food varieties, and I enjoy tasting and trying out all types of food. The second challenge, which I face daily, is choosing the right food to eat due to the absence of teeth. I enjoy eating, but I need to find food that has a soft texture and requires minimum chewing. These measures also help with digestion. I'm proud to be born with HED. I feel special and unique. This feeling only came to me after I paid more attention to my disorder after leaving home to enter university and researching about HED. I used to avoid answering people when they asked about my physical differences. During my research on HED, I found HED and ectodermal dysplasias community websites from Australia and from the United States. These findings changed my perspective and inspired me to start a support group. Very cool. In 2018, I connected with the Malaysia Rare Disorder Society, MRDS, and was invited to join their program called Rare Disease Youth Advocates. I was able to meet other youths living with rare diseases. The RD Youth Advocates were challenged to start initiatives to increase public awareness of rare diseases. I took the challenge and started an initiative called Wahula. The objective of, WAULA. The objective of WAULA is for individuals living with rare diseases to share their experiences and to provide correct information about their disorders to the public in the Malay language using social media platforms. My parents are my biggest supporters. Without them, I cannot imagine how I would have turned out. They made every effort and spared no expense to obtain a diagnosis for me when I was a child and to find out about the disorder. That has improved my journey in life. After the doctor informed my parents about the HED diagnosis and explained how my future would be, my parents decided to treat me like any other siblings. No special treatment for me. They sent me to a public school, encouraged me to play with other kids, and allowed me to decide my hobbies and my ambition. To protect me from discrimination, my parents allowed others to be around me whilst they took effort to educate them about HED. For example, that HED is not contagious and that it is only a physical difference. They also encouraged me to make friends and to be involved in any activity that may interest me. My family and friends bring me comfort and joy. I appreciate them more as I grow older and value moments spent with them. I currently work in another state. I balik kampung, or return to my hometown once a month to visit my parents and family. I look forward to these monthly visits, besides enjoying my time and going to the beach. During the weekends, when I'm not in my hometown, I spend time with my friends. We'll plan an outdoor activity such as a walk in the park, jungle, trekking, or visiting a tourist spot. Man, he lives a really pretty active life, despite, things that hold him back. That's really awesome. And thank you for sharing your story. I didn't know much about your condition, and now I have learned something. Aldebaran, thank you for that epic cyber artillery, dude. I appreciate that. We're gonna win this battle, you guys. Only 3 minutes to go. Okay, the next story that we will read will be She Rejoices in Hope. Dude, that's a cool cane. I like that design. I wish I could see more details on that. It looks really pretty. The story of Michelle Armstrong. Hello, my name is Michelle. I'm a 45-year-old rare disease warrior. My story, well, where do I begin? I recall the day my life changed with an unforeseen modification that would alter my last few years and years to come. The expected afflictions began... Everybody expects the rare disease. No, sorry. Misread that. The unexpected afflictions began in February of 2019 when, after seeing an allergist at an Arizona Allergy Institute, I was informed that I had mast cell disease. Oof. Of course, I had suspected this for some time with my list of food allergies. I'm up to 51, and my constant moments of rashes and angioedema that occurred daily. Those moments where you are itching like a baboon on top of looking like you just received Botox injections in your face. I mean, life was never meant to be dull, right? I love her sense of humor. I began my long-term regimen of rescue meds, EpiPen refills, and treatments that would hopefully calm my angry mast cells. To this day now, 3 years later, those flares occur less, but when they do, boy, it is like the gates to the mast cells opened, and they want to throw a party you are not invited to. Oh shoot, I just realized I'm covering up the Rare Disease Day hashtag. My bad. To this day, now years later, those flares occur less, but when they do, boys, like the gates to the mast cells open and they went to their party you're not invited to. Following that rather amusing diagnosis was a pain 2 months later in April of 2019 that took me to my knees. It was as though a fire had been ignited deep in my pelvic region, traveling down my legs to my feet, that at times I could no longer feel. I gave a couple of weeks assuming that it may be an ovarian cyst, yet as the tests came back normal, I began to think that I was delusional until the dreaded results on my MRI. It was found that I had a 6-centimeter Tarlov cyst on my left S1 pushing into the first foramen of my sacrum. Essentially, I was part of the limited few who suffers from painful Tarlov cysts. Does this mean I'm a VIP now? The result was another rare disease, Tarlov cyst disease. I slowly began to pull the pieces of the worlds together as I heard the neurosurgeon Dr. Rory Murphy explain that the pain and nerve damage would proceed to worsen over time and that nothing could be done. Listen, telling one that the impossible exists is like saying, go ahead and challenge me. And it did. It launched a fire in me that said I cannot be the only one. Here I was now with 2 rare diseases diagnosed in 2 months. We'll get to that battle here in a second, after this fight's over, after this story's over. Here I was now with 2 rare diseases diagnosed in 2 months, with no further assistance from those who should be a map of guidance for the rare and unusual. I delved deeply into support groups, letting my voice be heard online, discovering techniques that might just lessen the pain, even if by only 10%, and uncovered the truth that Tarlov cyst disease is no joke. As the months went by, I began to lose feeling in my legs, and it seemed as if I was in a constant state of frost as I covered my calves with ice packs daily just to be able to walk. After a year, and at the age of 43, I had to start using a cane. I carried with me my flamboyant tote that housed all my medications just to get through the day as I, one who does not like to give up, continued to work at a medical clinic. As the nerve pain and damage continued, so did the growth of 3 more Tarlov cysts. A 3-centimeter one on my left, L5, and a 2-centimeter and 3-centimeter one on my right, S1 and S2. After enduring months of persistent and increasing pains that I did not even know could exist in the human body, I chose to proceed forward with surgery with one of the very few surgeons who are authorized to perform surgery for this disease. On December 2nd, 2020, I had a surgery in Dallas, Texas, with just one of the very few and almost non-existent specialists that operate on Tarlov cysts. Presently, this halted the growth of the cysts I had, yet would not stop any more from forming in my spine. Unfortunately, I still have half of the 6-centimeter cyst on my left side of my pelvic region, as it has to be accessed from the front and not the back like the others. I can say that the surgery from the standpoint that the pain is not consistent is a success. Yet, due to the cyst sitting on the nerves for so long, I will always have nerve damage to my legs and feet. I still use my cane on occasion. In fact, it's been more often than not due to the increase in symptoms again, which can lead to an unnerving feeling of what now. As life proceeded after surgery, a new erratic level of pains, bruises, loose joints, and bones that like to play this game of let me pop out just to see if you can pop me back in again, began to commence. So before I set my sights on another specialist who, after much testing and inquiries in my medical history, I was given yet another participation ribbon in the rare disease sweepstakes, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I was suspecting that when she started talking about the things popping out. I'm like, that sounds like EDS. Shout out to my EDS friends out there. You know who you were. Now let me tell you, handling all these diseases are certainly no walk in the park. Remember when I said I have mast cell? Well, that also entails an allergy to all narcotics and opioids. Oh, shoot, that sucks. An allergy to all narcotics and opiates, so my pain regimens come from anything natural, over-the-counter, or as I like to say, I'm best friends with my ice packs and heating pad just to numb the pains, even if it's just for a moment. So here I am now, 3 diseases into my journey, when along comes a new friend that wanted to join the party. Achalasia and vocal cord paralysis. Yes, I now have moments in which my food does not go down properly, or if at all, and when it does, the burning feeling in my chest wall is uncomfortable. So it would be seen now that I now have a few more specialty liquid solutions and measures packed into my flamboyant tote that allows me to swallow and hopefully not cough with an uncontrollable force at night while sleeping. Boy, that is a frightening feeling, waking up with no air. Yet each day I will continue to move forward in ways that even surprise me. As this year approached, I knew I wanted to strive forward in discovering more ways to advocate for our rare disease community, whether it be writing letters to our government offices, to sharing my story online, and even becoming a stronger voice for those who feel they are alone in their fight. Essentially reminding those within these rare disease fights that they are not alone. For myself, I have come to terms with the notion that instead of saying, why me, I say, why not me? The universe must think I'm not only strong enough to take this on, but I can take that strength to become an advocate on this often inconsistent and peculiar path of rare diseases. I resonate with that last part so much. All of that, yeah, she, thank you for sharing your story. Yeah, that's Michelle Armstrong. Rare disease warrior. Thank you for sharing your story, Michelle. That was awesome. Alright, we've got a Stream Raiders fight to do. Thank you guys for participating. Wow, we've got quite the army. Thank you guys. We're definitely ready to take on the next level of difficulty once this one's over. Definitely stick around for that. I'll be leaving in about a little under a half hour to join a Zoom call for that special Nord event. Oh shoot, I just realized that I wasn't getting those dings anymore because it's going to the wrong audio source. Okay, now I should be able to hear it. So I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring chat, I just didn't hear the dings. Congratulations, everybody! GG's, let's see who wins the awards. We got Aldi, Bill, and Snow Crash. Hey, that's a reference to a book about VR stuff I need to read. It's on my list of books to read. Alright, thank you guys for participating. We're going to do another battle, so stick around. Oh, which way should we go? So if we go this way, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 until the boss battle. Let's go this way. Level 4. We got this. We got this, right? Let's put our dudes on the battlefield, and then I'm going to get caught up in chat. Stick my tank right there. Thank you very much. Okay. Try opening the photo in a new tab, then you can probably zoom in. Oh, I mean, that just didn't show very much of the cane. I could see it well enough. It just, the picture itself didn't show very much of the cane was the thing. The loose joints was a red flag. Right, yeah. Yeah, for EDS, for sure. Yep. Alright, new Stream Raiders battle, please. Join me. Put your dudes on there. No pressure, you don't have to, but if you want to, it's free and it's fun. We're gonna read some more stories. Okay, go to another hero story up here. Next we've got Regina. Leiomyosarcoma. Oh! Let's see if this can translate. Okay, so this was automatically translated. So this, I don't know how smooth this is going to be, but we're going to try. A friend of mine from college has an adrenal insufficiency condition called... Oh, wait, has an AI condition called sarcoidosis. I don't think it's very common. By AI, do you mean... Oh, wait, you probably meant to say... Do you mean, like, adrenal insufficiency? Is that... Yeah, I know that sarcoidosis is a rare disease. I've heard about it before. But I don't know what you're referring to with AI. Autoimmune. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Thanks. Brain. Alright. So this was auto-translated. I don't know how smooth it's going to be to read, but we're going to give this a shot. Okay. I am the mother of 3 boys. 2 of them with a rare disease called mucopolysaccharidosis type 6. My youngest, Leonardo, managed to come without the disease, and today, at the age of 22, to lose vision, hearing, motor, coordination, and his respiratory part. I was very Man, yeah, this isn't translated very well. I'm sorry. Well, we'll move on to the next one. That one was gonna be hard to understand. Okay. Okay, this is Vasco. He's got Gaucher's disease and he's from Peru. Indeed, Bill. Okay. 6-year-old Vasco from Peru loves to play, paint, dance, and read, but most of all he loves spending time with his family. It took 3 years for Vasco to obtain a diagnosis for his rare condition. After being misdiagnosed and attending many different hospitals and health clinics in Peru without any doctor being able to determine what his illness was, the doctors finally referred him to a hospital in Lima, Peru's capital. It was there he was diagnosed with Gaucher's disease, a disease that is frequently confused with other illnesses. Of course, Bill, you are very lovable. Vasco's symptoms of Gaucher's disease included persistent anemia and increasing frequent and persistent bleeding and growth impediment. Treatment for his condition is available in the form of a blood infusion every 2 weeks for the rest of his life. That's rough. Sadly, Vasco has been unable to receive this treatment, which would greatly improve his quality of life. His mother is fighting for the government to allow him to access this treatment, which would help stop the progression of the disease. Vasco's mother has been unable to work while she cares for her son. She says, "It would be ideal if the government could provide us with support to enable us to care for my son without having to worry about being fired from my job because of the amount of leave I have to take care of my son. Bosco finds difficulty with socializing with other children, facing anxiety over a symptom of bleeding, along with the limitations on his activities due to his condition. His mother has not given up hope. She takes inspiration from stories of other people living fulfilled lives with Gaucher's disease. It brings me comfort and joy when I hear of patients with the same disease who can have a good quality of life, with symptomology that goes unnoticed. And she knows this will be the case for her son when he is allowed access to treatment. Bosco is, in the words of his mother, loving, intelligent, and a brave child with a desire to live through all he has experienced at such a young age. Man, I really hope that he can get access to that treatment. It's frustrating when treatment is available, but it just that they can't access it for whatever reason. That's why raising awareness and fighting for things like this is so important. Oh no! I just spilled coffee on my nice zebra shirt. I hope that doesn't stain. Oh, why am I so clumsy? Is it showing up on camera? It is. Great! Damn it. Might have to change shirts. Might have to change to a different zebra outfit. Hopefully that'll clear up. Gosh darn it. I knew that was going to happen at some point. Try not to miss your mouse. Thanks, Bill. Great advice. I'll try to keep that in mind. Alright, one more story, and then I'm going to prepare for the Nord event. The story of Zana. Look at that happy baby. Oh. My name is Zana Chokeli. I'm a mother of a 1-year-old Dachi. He has a rare genetic mutation of the SCN2A gene. Yeah, laugh it up, Bill. I did spill coffee on myself. It's very funny. From the 3rd day of his life, Dachi has had hundreds of seizures. Wow. And he is developmentally delayed. Despite all, Dachi is the happiest boy I know. He definitely, look at that. That's a happy boy. Our journey in the rare disease world started from Dachi's diagnosis at the age of 3 months. Before that, we had a horrible 3 months of uncertainty, disappointment, and fear. Fear that we would lose our baby boy. With the diagnosis, we find a family of SCN2A full of parents ready to answer all the questions. With the diagnosis, we find the devoted doctor and the right treatment for Dachi's seizures, and it changed everything. With the diagnosis, we find a hope that someday Dachi will have the best future he deserves. But for today, there is no cure for Dachi's rare disease. Today, hundreds of other SCN2A kids are suffering from uncontrollable seizures. When I was told that there is no cure for Dachi, I said, how is that possible? Thousands of dollars are spent on war, on spaceships. But why the hell I need discovering space and my son can't even step on the ground? Instead of recording Dachi's seizures, I wish I could record his first steps, his first words. I truly believe that after 20 years, all rare disease patients will have the cure. No more kids and parents will suffer. I truly believe that someday Dachi will say, I love you, Mommy. Before that, we should make the world the best place for every rare disease patient. We have the power to make a difference, so we should make a difference. Happy Rare Disease Day. Powerful words. I really hope they can find a cure. That many seizures, just such a young age. That's rough. Wishing you the best of luck. Okay, well, I think I might have time for a couple more stories, actually, before I need to hop into that Zoom call. So let's do that. Nada's story. Epidermolysis bullosa. Epidermolysis bullosa. Alright, let's learn about this rare disease. Twenty-two-year-old Nada, whose life has been impacted by a rare disease that makes it difficult for her to move, read, and swallow, has got a reason to celebrate. Today, she is a proud graduate of Alexandria University in Egypt. Woo! Congratulations! It's awesome. Oh, cool. Despite continuous pain caused by a rare genetic rare disease called epidermolysis bullosa, she found the strength to overcome the challenges of studying and make positive adjustments. Nada's condition, epidermolysis bullosa, affects 1 in 50,000 people in the world. It makes the skin extremely fragile and prone to blistering and sores. Even the slightest touch can cause damage to the skin's surface, resulting in secondary illness that require treatments from a range of medical specialists. Man. There is no cure for this condition, only pain management, caring for wounds, and bandaging them. Epidermolysis bullosa frequently affects one's ability to move and their appearance, so avoiding social interactions can sometimes feel like an easier option, especially with people who shun you because of the way you look. However, not for Nada. Throughout her life, she's been determined to overcome the challenges of social integration, despite being bullied at school and sometimes unable to attend classes due to her condition. She always found a way to She always found a way to persevere and study, even when the pain was coming through. She's confident that the lack of understanding of epidermolysis bullosa, EB, needs to be rectified. The government must raise awareness of this condition because there are people in society who refuse to deal with EB patients thinking they have a contagious disease. She says, "We need to help them get a job and have the right to live their lives. I would like to get a job now that I've graduated from university, and I would like to be treated like the rest of my colleagues and not be rejected because of my illness." Social discrimination is a daily reality for people living with a rare disease like epidermolysis bullosa. Often they find themselves stigmatized, rejected, and excluded from the rest of society, making them feel like second-class citizens. For example, Nada is not allowed to drive because authorities think that her scars make it difficult for her to bend her right fingers, even though for her there is no problem, but she's not a quitter. Nada continues to use her outstanding strength of character to achieve more and more in her life. She wants people to see her, not her disease. "It makes me happy when people treat me well, or when I can excel in my studies despite my illness," she says. Like many other people living with a rare disease, Nada's family and local patient organizations help her achieve her goals and dreams and experience life to its fullest. "My family have always stood behind me and supported me, convincing me of my ability to overcome any difficulty," says Nada. "They never made me feel different and gave me confidence that I could face anything." She's also been grateful to receive support from Yasmin El Samara Foundation that supports and helps children with epidermolysis EB in Egypt. The foundation helps relieve their pain, educate their families, and provide medical supplies, which are not covered by health insurance. It also bears all the expenses of the operations and tests that EB patients need. That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. "I'm really grateful for this foundation," says Nada. "Not only has it provided free medical and psychological support, but enabled me to realize the amount of awareness being raised and treatment offered to help people, without wanting anything in return. It made me realize this illness was not the end." That's awesome. Thank you for lurking, Burl. Burl? I can't talk. My tongue's giving up on me. Thanks for the lurk, Bill. Much appreciated. Wow. Ooh, and thanks for the epic archer on the battlefield, too. Let's take a look at the Stream Raiders thing, see how that's coming along. Awesome! We're gonna kick so much ace! Thank you, guys. Seriously, this is looking good, good, good. Keep it up. Alright, I am getting ready to get ready for the Zoom call. Is that coffee stain is really visible. I'm gonna have to go change into a different zebra outfit, and I'm gonna go ahead and throw this in the wash and hope that it doesn't stain. I love this shirt so much. I'm gonna stand up and show you guys how cute this whole outfit is. Look at it. I love this outfit. It looks so good on me. I want it to survive. I'm so frustrated that I spilled coffee on it. Gosh darn it. But yeah, I'm gonna go get ready for the Zoom call. I'm gonna leave the Stream Raiders battle up. We've got a battle in about 16 minutes and 16 seconds. So please feel free to continue to play along if you would like. If you're in the chat wondering how to get involved, there's your link. I'll be back. I'm back. Changed my shirt. I am now wearing my zebra hooded crop top. But I've got an undershirt underneath it, so if it rises up, I'll be alright. I actually got this to go with a nice black dress that I've got. And it goes very well with it, but I, felt like continuing to wear pants. So I didn't put on the dress. But this is a nice shirt. Not as nice as the one that I spilled coffee on, which is in the wash right now. I hope it comes through. Oh, hold on. Sorry, you guys probably couldn't hear me over the music, my bad. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I put that stained shirt in the wash, and I hope that coffee stain comes out. But luckily I've got backup zebra gear. I'm all set. 10 minutes until the battle starts. And I'll be able to hang out with you guys during that battle, and then I'll start a new one, but then it will be time for the Nord event to start. I actually need to go ahead and launch Zoom and make sure it's up to date. Should have done that earlier, I didn't think about it. Okay, looking good. I'll open up my email and log in to the event. I would stream the event. I asked permission to do that, but I was told not to. They want to make sure people are actually registered for it and watch it from the event itself, so I did not get permission to rebroadcast it on my stream. So we're not going to do that, but I will be there at the event, and again, you can join in. It's totally free to register. You can register here. It's going to be a lot of fun. They've got a star-studded lineup of folks to share in the Rare Disease Day celebration. Oh, it's not a Zoom call. It's just a website. Okay. My bad. I thought that it was going to be on Zoom. I've been telling everybody that it was on Zoom. I guess not. Alright, that's fine. A watch party toolkit, huh? There are coloring pages. Cool. You guys need to check out this event. Click on that link and register and join in. Oh, cool. There's apparently something on Roku called the Disorder Channel on that has Rare Disease stories on it. That's pretty cool. Oh, neat. I'm actually going to leave this page up, and we can explore that. Yeah, we can explore this page on stream later, I think. Cool. Oh, okay, cool. So during the event, they're going to ask us to share our stories and pictures and stuff. Neat, neat, neat. Cool. Oh, by the way, I forgot to share. I'll bring this up on the stream here really quick. So, Nord commented, I'm going to bring this up on stream so you guys can see this. So I made a post on Twitter earlier sharing that I was getting ready to go live and used the Rare Disease hashtag, and Nord replied saying, "Enjoy your day, Sonny, and tell all of your Twitch followers that Nord says hello and happy Rare Disease Day." So this is me telling you now. Nord says hello and happy Rare Disease Day. Also, you should go follow them on Twitter. Lots of great info. Go check them out. I'll put the link in the chat. There you go. Okay. So, I've got about 15 minutes before that event starts, and the Stream Raiders battle is going to start in about 5 minutes. So that's some good timing. In the meantime, I got a message sent to me by a friend of mine in a private message here. This is from Rising from the Illness, which is a podcast that is so good. You guys should check it out. She's been on hiatus for a while due to some health stuff, but she's coming back. And I found her podcast and just fell in love with it. And she had me on as a guest, actually. And we had a really great conversation. You should check out that episode if you can find it. But she just sent me this video. So we're going to watch it together. Make sure closed captions are turned on. Oh, it looks like they don't have closed captions yet. That's fine. YouTube takes some time. This must have been just published recently. So I'm going to pause the music for now. Crank up the volume on my browser a little bit so that we can hear this well. And we're going to watch this video together. It make me cry on camera. It's beautiful. That's her, by the way, singing the podcast host.
Of the dream I left behind, I am light. I am light. I am the skin on the outside. I am not my age. I am not my race. The soul inside is all light. All light. All light. I am light. I am
Oh, hey, that's me. She asked for picture submissions for a project. This must be it.
I am divinity defined. I am the God on the inside.
Oh, kitty cat.
I am a star, a piece of it all.
That was freaking beautiful. I'm legit holding back tears right now. God, well done. Seriously. Wow. She did an amazing job. Shout out to Rising from the Illness. A tribute to every rare disease warrior on Rare Disease Day. This project is to remind us that we are not our illness and will shine bright. We are light. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me. Seriously. Oh, wow. I'm going to take you to her Twitter account really quick so that you can see who she is and give her a follow. So she goes by Woodle Pops on Twitter. Again, she has a podcast that's very, very good. I highly recommend. And the battle is ready to commence. Let's go! Thank you guys for participating again in the battle. Shout out to all you fine folks. Wow, it just keeps getting bigger and better. Bigger and bigger. I can talk, I promise. I'm a strimmer. Alright, let's do this. Good luck, everybody. And then after this battle, I do have to go because it will be time for Nord's event to start. Again, you can still join in on that. It's a free event. Come join us. Hang out. Have a good time. And see a really well-produced official event by the National Organization for Rare Disorders for Rare Disease Day. I'll be there, hanging out in the chat. And I'll still be around. I'll still see the Twitch chat up and stuff. So if you want to chat with me in the text chat, please feel free to do so. I just won't be talking because I'll be paying attention to the Rare Disease Day event. So, but we'll keep fighting this Stream Raiders battle. GG's! I knew we could do it. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. Shout out to Big Bill, Aldebaran, and In This A Rose. You guys got the rewards. Congratulations. And let's start up another one, and then I've got to run. So I think we can handle the big one here. Let's go! Place your dudes on the battlefield. Let's do this. Thank you guys again for participating and supporting me on Rare Disease Day. I really, really appreciate it. The Stream Raiders link just popped up in the chat. Feel free to click on that and join in if you want. Again, I've got to run, but I will be around in the chat, so say hello if you want to, and I'll be in and out. I'll see you guys around. Yeah, GG's, Bill. Good job. I'm still in the Nord event, so I'm gonna get back to that, but let's start another battle. Good luck, everybody. Thanks again for playing along. I kind of put that in a really bad spot. Feel free to put your guys wherever you want on the battlefield. Sorry about that, but good luck. Shady, thank you for that epic plasma berserker. Much appreciated. Okay, so the Nord event has drawn to a close, and I can return. Bill said I'd finally be getting around to crushing the aluminum cans I've bagged in my office so I can throw them in the 55-gallon drum out back. Yay, crushing cans. That's fun. Justin and I actually got quite a nice return taking our cans back to the junkyard a little while ago, so that was nice. It's always a good thing to do. Recycling. Alright, well, I have returned. There's about 13 minutes before the next battle. And I've got some videos for us to watch. So. Oh, shoot. Sorry, the music's loud. One second. I'm just gonna pause that since we're gonna watch videos anyway. Yeah, hopefully you guys could hear me over the music. Sorry, I know that was a little loud, but oh well. Thank you, Bill, for the warm welcome back. Alright, let's watch some videos, shall we? I found this cool list of rare disease videos on the Disorder channel here. Rare Disease Spotlight Film of the Week. They've got all kinds of videos. And these are of various lengths here. Cool. I don't know how long these are. But I'm assuming these are all feature films, so they're going to be long, I think. Let me see. Oh, this is only 6 minutes. We'll watch this one.
Rare is not an excuse.
Rare is not an excuse.
Rare is not an excuse.
There's 30 million Americans in the United States that
There are no
suffer
closed
from a rare
captions.
disease. So rare is already here.
From the onset, they didn't know what was going on. They suspected maybe she had an infection. She was unable to eat. She wasn't able to swallow.
Grace was a big puzzle, huge puzzle, maybe the biggest puzzle of my career.
She was developmentally delayed at the age of 4 or 5 months old. She wasn't able to roll over. Her head control wasn't good.
In a way, rare sucks, indeed.
Initial
Sometimes it
round
can.
of testing,
yeah.
we didn't have a clear answer.
But, I mean,
it was just more questions were
we
raised.
still live a good life with a rare disease, for sure. I know I do.
We have everything here from routine blood labs to EEG report to fluoroscopic swallowing evaluation.
We started to do more specialized genetic tests, some DNA analyses, things like that.
That was really when sort
Yeah,
of Pandora's
thanks, Bill.
box was opened. There was no longer an individual organ that was affected. It was something that was global within Grace's body.
Rare is not an excuse.
Rare is what I do.
Rare makes me fight harder.
Rare is real.
We did have several people tell us that we shouldn't get our hopes up. We may not ever find a diagnosis or the cause of Grace's symptoms. If anything, that energized us.
They really spearheaded putting the scientists and putting the team together.
As a parent of a child with an ultra-rare disease, you're really the first and the last line of defense. So if you're not going to be passionate about it, you're not going to be pushing it, no one's going to be making that fight for you.
I'm really impressed by how much they've actually learned about the scientific terminology and to understand what's going on and to realize, this guy's good in that area and to put them together.
In other diseases like Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, many scientists have been working on. However, in many cases, they don't talk to each other.
When we think about NGLI-1, to come together with a team of people, and it really is a team that came together to make this real, and to find the first handful of cases is something that's unique.
Rare is not an excuse. Rare unites us all.
Rare is common. Rare is not an excuse.
Bir hastalığın nadir olması çözülmemesi
Oh, thanks,
için
Bill.
bahane değil.
The feeling's mutual, really.
Rare is not an excuse.
I think you're a cool guy.
Rare
I appreciate
is
you.
something else we fight for.
Glad you showed up on my channel. It's nice to have you around.
One of the big breakthrough points for us was when we finally got a diagnosis and were able to connect with another family that had a child with the NGLI-1
I'm not
deficiency.
sure. I didn't notice. Let's go back and...
NGLI-1, it's there to get
Did it
rid
say?
of junk that
I don't know.
has accumulated in cells, and when this enzyme is defective, you get accumulation of protein aggregates in cells.
We are now trying to understand why the deficiency of this gene causes many symptoms of Grace. And
it didn't look like her. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Could have been.
If you have a patient who's rare, it has to fit some bucket in order for them to get services. So you're oftentimes misclassified.
Several of the children, particularly some of the new children who have been diagnosed with NGLI1, were for 10 years told that they had cerebral palsy. One report said Grace is a 3-year-old girl who was made eligible for services due to her diagnosis of mental retardation.
Wow.
Rare is in my playbook.
Rare is not an excuse, it's an opportunity.
Rare is a matter of perspective. We are all unique.
Rare is not an excuse.
I think we still need to do a lot more basic research to find out how frequent this disease is. We just don't know.
Maybe we just haven't been doing the right tests. Maybe there are also more mild forms, and it might be even more common than we suspect.
It's an uphill battle having so few patients. You have to convince both researchers and pharmaceutical companies that this is worth their time and effort.
NGLI1 happens to be a very critical part of the cell's metabolism, very critical. And it's going to be linked undoubtedly to a lot of more common disorders as we figure out exactly what it's doing.
Oh, that's a cute picture.
Rare is not an excuse.
Rare is not an excuse. Rare only means the future has not yet been invented.
Rare is not an excuse.
Rare helps me understand the common.
We face an uphill battle. This is not getting funding outside of private donations. Our greatest hope and mission for the foundation is that we will understand this disease and that we will cure it, and that these children will lead an independent life.
Rare is not an excuse.
希少ということは言い訳にはなりません。
Rare is not an excuse.
I think we will find a treatment for NGLI1. We're supported by a great family that's behind it and an excellent team of scientists that are working on it.
It gives me a lot of hope that we'll be able to do something that will benefit these children.
Rare does not define my daughter.
Every day that we
Jane! Oh, so good to see you.
is a
Hello,
critical
fellow
day
zebra.
in the development of these kids.
Well, thanks for coming by.
We are rare.
So that was a video from the Grace Wilsey Foundation. Again, I am encouraging folks to donate to rare disease nonprofits today in observance of Rare Disease Day. That's another great one to keep in mind. That was a wonderful video, so shout out to you guys for putting that together. Very well done. Yeah, Jane, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. It's awesome. Bill, Jane, Bill. Bill is awesome. Jane is awesome. You guys can be awesome together. No pressure, Jane, but if you want to, we do have a Stream Raiders battle going. Feel free to join in on that if you want. We've already got a pretty good-looking army going so far, but could always be bigger. And the battle will start in about 5 minutes. But in the meantime, I'm reading patient stories off the Rare Disease Day website, and we're watching some videos here on this website here, which I'll go ahead and drop a link to this in the chat so you guys can check this out as well. It's pretty cool. RareDiseaseFilmFestival.com. Definitely check that out. And we'll watch some more of these here in a second, but I'm going to read some more of these Rare Disease Day stories on the website. Wait, so could my butt, but I don't want that to happen. What did I miss? No idea what the one guy said, but it sounded Japanese to me. Yes, that was Japanese, and he said rare is not an excuse. I know a little Japanese. I don't know that, but that's what everybody was saying in that video, so I'm assuming that's what he was saying. Oh, you said, okay. You said could be bigger. I did. So, Jane, to participate, it's pretty easy. Just go click on the link in there. You'll have to sign into Stream Raiders through your Twitch channel. It's totally free. You don't have to download anything. You play it all through the browser. And then you just drag and drop little soldier people onto the battlefield. There are all sorts of different classes. I've got a tank here. But there are healers, archers, rogues, all that fun stuff. You'll get a few of them to start with, and then the more you play, the more they'll level up, and you'll get rewards, and you can just drag and drop them onto the battlefield and play if you'd like. But again, no pressure, you really don't have to. But it's a fun thing to do. If you need any more help, feel free to ask, and I'll walk you through it a little better, but hopefully that's a good enough explanation. But in the meantime, I'm going to read some more stories. So, I think, let's see, last we read her story. Before the break, I think I read a hero, so we will read this one. Oh, wait, hold on. We're going to go back and find one that's in English because the translator is doing a terrible job of translating, and I want these to go through smoothly, so we'll go this one. What's time is mean? Wait, what about time? What did I miss? I'm sorry. I'm scatterbrained right now. I've been streaming for a little while. The story of Melissa. So I'm going to read this. On April 18th, 2013, my husband and I drove to the oh wait, hold on. I just realized there's no music. And I could use some music. So let me turn down the volume here on my browser. If my computer would cooperate. Come on, you can do it. I have faith in you, Windows. It's trying. It's doing its best. I'm getting my fluid set up so it'll be like 15 before my time. Oh, no, it's all good. Jane, take your time. No pressure. But thank you for joining in. So you doing a treatment, I assume? Come on, why aren't you working? Sorry guys, I may have to work out some technical difficulties here with my computer. 1 second, bear with me. While I work on this, you guys can take a look at the Stream Raiders battle. Always fun when your system settings program crashes. Alright. Let's reopen that. Dude, Bill, nothing wrong with that. I'm right there with you in that not being able to work boat. We do what we can with what we've got. Work is not necessary for worth. Period. Okay. Now we got some nice chill hop in the background playing. Let me know if that's too loud or too quiet. I can adjust it, but should be good. Now let's get back to reading patient stories. Sorry for the little hiccup there. My computer decided to be a jerkwad. Alright, the story of Melissa. On April 18th. Luckily I can do... well... Everybody has different levels of what they're able to do, that's true. But don't overwork yourself just because somebody thinks you need to. You know your body's limits more than anybody else does. Respect that, for sure. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, story of Melissa. Let's read her rare disease story. On April 18th, 2013, my husband and I drove to a hospital for a scheduled C-section ready to welcome our third son to the family. Wait, is the battle ready already? Oh shoot, okay, sorry. We'll get back to the story. I didn't realize it was so close to the battle. Exciting. Let's do that really quick. Alright, good luck everybody. Thank you for participating. We've got a long list of folks in here. Thank you. You guys are awesome. We're gonna win this, no doubt. My drive has nothing to do with it. Good. I like to hear that. I want to be able to work in. Yes, that's... And I hope that you can. If that's what you really want to do. That's awesome. More power to you. I would like to be able to go back to work, but I just know that my body can't handle it, so I do advocacy work instead. I work for myself. I'm my own boss. I don't get paid. I get no benefits. But I'm doing good stuff. So I'm happy with it. Did I mention I don't get vacation days? I want to be able to work again too. Yeah. I mean... I haven't met a single disabled person who's like, Screw work in general. Don't want to do it. I do not want to contribute to society. Nobody acts like that. Nobody believes that. Everybody wants to go back to work, but we all have certain limits that we have to respect, right? Alright, let's see who gets the awards. Indis Rose, Big Bill, and Faust. You guys, good job. You got your awards. We're gonna start another battle. We're getting so close to the world boss, you guys. How exciting. Good luck. Please click on that link. Drop your dudes on the battlefield. We can kick so much ass today. And I'm gonna drop my tank right here. Thank you very much. Let's get back to reading this story. I don't give a damn about what other people think about my condition. Hell yeah, Bill. Hell yeah. Probably won't be able to either, but maybe. It's a ton of standing and some lifting and pulling, but long. Man, yeah. I used to work at a grocery store, and I actually really enjoyed it. I was working. I did such a good job working in the produce department that they wanted to make me a manager, and I was ready to take it on. But my body's like, haha, nope. And then that happened. So now I just I do this. Today's assignment: kick some ass. Exactly, Bill. Exactly. All right, let's read Melissa's story. On April 18th, 2013, my husband and I drove to the hospital for a scheduled C-section, ready to welcome our third son to our family. Big brothers Charlie and Ben could not wait to meet their new baby brother. We walked into the hospital just as we had done twice before, ready to meet the little boy who would complete our family. My pregnancy was normal, with no complications. Oh, yeah, I think she meant complications. So I expected to give birth to a happy and healthy baby boy. Alex was a happy baby, born a whopping 9 pounds 4 ounces, and was 21 inches long. He was born with a tiny little chin that was adorable, and everything about him was perfect. I remember saying to my husband after the nurses showed me Alex, where did he get his cute little chin from? Little did we know at the time, this cute little chin would be the reason for his diagnosis of Pierre-Robin syndrome. After struggling to breathe for 3+ hours, Alex needed to be transferred to the NICU at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and this is when our journey with CCHMC began. Alex spent 33 long days in the NICU at CCHMC. During this time, we learned more about PRS, Pierre-Robin syndrome, also called Pierre-Robin sequence. Pierre-Robin sequence is a condition present at birth, in which the baby has a smaller than normal lower jaw, a tongue that is placed further back than normal, and an opening in the roof of the mouth, cleft palate. This sequence of features can lead to difficulty breathing and problems with eating, all of which Alex was experiencing. At just 13 days old, after a sleep study had showed difficulty breathing while sleeping, Alex had jaw distraction surgery. Both his upper and lower jaws were broken and pins were replaced. Every 12 hours, the pins were rotated. A new bone would grow to help open Alex's airway. Wow, man, that sounds really painful, but it's amazing that they've discovered how to do that. The rotation of the pins lasted 16 very long days, and then Alex underwent another surgery to have the pins removed. This surgery, performed by Dr. Gordon and his team, saved Alex's life, and he was finally able to come home and meet his brothers. Alex had several more surgeries to help him with his speech development. He had several sets of tubes, a cleft palate repair at 11 months old, and a pharyngeal flap surgery when he was 3 years old, along with several dental surgeries. Although the pharyngeal flap surgery tremendously helped improve his speech, it made his obstructive sleep apnea so bad he needed to start wearing an auto-pap machine at night to help him breathe. At 3 years old, he took his obstacle like the champion he is and continues to use his auto-pap machine every night. Several doctors at CHMC follow Alex, currently genetics, ophthalmology, ENT, audiology, speech pathology, plastic surgery, dentistry, and the sleep clinic see him. We have recently added orthodontics to the list. I asked him one day as we were driving to the hospital for one of his appointments if he ever gets tired of going to all of his doctor's appointments. His response was, "No, Mommy, I love all my doctors because they help me." That kid. What a kid. What a guy. Alex is a typical almost 9-year-old boy who loves riding his skateboard, shooting hoops, or playing kickball in the front yard with his big brothers Charlie, who is 15, and Ben, who is 11. Alex plays on a select soccer team, a basketball team, and swims on a swim team with his 2 big brothers. As Alex's family, we are so proud of his determination to be the best he can be, whether it's facing a challenge head-on medically, on the sports field, a basketball court, or trying to win the race during a swim meet. Alex's drive and determination are unstoppable, which is the reason he has come so far in life and why we think he is totally jawsome. I see what you did there. Yeah, Bill, my body was like, ha, you're funny. And then everything just got hard. No, Bill, don't do it. But yeah, no, it was good. I wouldn't change my experience for the world, though. I think that experiencing what I've experienced with my rare disease has really... I don't want this to turn into, like, an inspiration porn thing. Because, I mean, the fact is, living with a rare disease sucks. Like, with my condition is not fun. I'm not gonna act like this is some gift from some deity that just wants to show me how strong I am or whatever. Yeah, there you go, Bill. Thank you. Let me highlight that chat message because it's so important. Thank you, Bill. Very appropriate. But, I mean, anyway, as I was saying, like, living with a rare disease is difficult. It's not some journey that was bestowed upon me by some deity to show me how strong I am. I don't believe that. But I will say that having experienced what I've experienced, it's enabled me to see the world in a way in which I'm able to see the better things in life. Like, I'm more mindful of the positives in life because I've experienced a lot of the negativity, you know, that comes with having a condition that's so difficult. And with the darkness, I mean, you can't have shadows without light, right? So that whole thing there, I don't know. I feel like it's led me to be able to enjoy life more because I've experienced these things that are really difficult. Hopefully that didn't come across as too wishy-washy, but that's how I feel about it. If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have said it. I know. I did this to myself. And Faust just put an epic Templar on the battlefield. Thank you, Faust. Much appreciated. We're going to have an amazing army. Hey, Blood Gamer! Thanks for coming by. Nice to meet you. Hello. We're celebrating Rare Disease Day by reading patient stories on the official Rare Disease Day website and playing some Stream Raiders. So if you'd like to play along, here's the link. You're welcome to do so. You don't have to download anything. It's totally free. No pressure. You don't have to. We've got a pretty good-sized army already, but the more the merrier. So if you feel like it, please feel free to join in. Yeah, I think I've met them before. Their name sounds very familiar. Yeah, thanks for dropping by the stream. So I just read 2 stories from the Rare Disease Day website, and I think we're going to hop back on over to the film festival website here and watch another movie. Let's see how long this one is. Okay, this is about 10 minutes long. And we're going to learn this patient's story. Yeah, I think so. Well, it said first time chat from viewer in the chat, so that's what threw me off. But they do seem, their username does seem familiar. Okay. Give me a second here to change up my audio again. Hopefully my computer will cooperate and not throw a fit like it did last time. Pause the music. Crank this volume up a little bit. And we'll watch this video. Oh, and this, oh, gotcha. All right, here we go.
I have a dream where I'm underwater, just swimming around. And then somehow I'll get sort of caught or trapped. And then my inner voice says, "You forgot. You can breathe underwater." And I think, that's right. I can breathe underwater. It's like flying.
Yeah, we've been having a good time so far. Thanks for joining us. Please feel free to hang out and enjoy these stories.
was first diagnosed with polycythemia vera, I was 32 years old and just living my life. But I just was so fatigued and tired all the time. And I kept going back to the doctor and saying, there's something not right. There's just something not right.
Good to have you here,
My
thanks.
symptoms in the beginning were just like this really bone-crushing fatigue and getting super itchy in a hot shower. And I couldn't eat a full meal because I just got full so quickly. So the doctor sent me to a specialist, and I pulled up to a building that said Cancer Center, and I thought, what? And I met with the doctor, and he said, yes, you have this blood cancer, polycythemia vera, and it was utter shock.
PV is part of a group of diseases known as oh boy, I can't say that in time. Sorry.
When she got leukemia and she died. Your father was in his 50s when he got leukemia and he died. You're in your 30s, you do the math. And there was a moment where I thought, oh my God, I'm going to die from this. And then there was something inside me that said, that is not going to be your story.
I'm still able to hear this, but I'm going to step away and refill my coffee. Bluetooth headphones are amazing. I'll be right back.
I have my story, and every MPN patient has their story. My polycythemia vera turned into myelofibrosis, and I needed a bone marrow transplant. There's just so many things that I have to be careful of because of the risk of bacteria. I can't go in a public swimming pool. I can't swim in the ocean, which is huge. There are bacteria in the water that could overwhelm my immune system. I could easily end up in the intensive care unit, and it could be life-threatening. Water is like the air I breathe. It soothes my soul in a way that nothing else can. What I really want to do is get back in the water. The manatees are coming to Florida. I understand that I can't put my life at risk, but I've been waiting.
Since her stem cell transplantation due to risk of infection, Barbara has not been allowed to swim for the past 5 years. Man.
Sometimes I'll just run water over my hands, just to feel it on my skin.
My heart breaks for her.
You want a blanket?
My best friend Val continues to be my main support system. She makes sure that I take my medication and stay hydrated. I literally would not be here without her. When I was first diagnosed with polycythemia vera, it was really hard to be diagnosed with something that nobody knows anything about. It's like having an invisible 80-pound weight that you carry around on your back every day. And
I would hate not being able to swim. I know.
And they're like, well,
man,
you look fine.
And she loves water more than I do.
They don't get it. So it really is about your friends and your family and your caregivers who do get it. When I was in the transplant unit, I was so sick and so depleted that I was lying there and I thought I could just let go right now. My friend was there with me and I said to her, I can't do this. And she said, another month and you're gonna feel stronger. And I thought, oh God, a month? Oh my God, I can't. What? And she said, a day, just a day. I said, you're not listening to me. I can't do this. And she said, all right, an hour. Just do one more hour. And she said, 5 minutes. Just do 5 more minutes. And I said, I can't. I don't think I have 5 more minutes in me. I can't fight for 5 more minutes. And she said, then just do one more breath. And I said, okay. One breath at a time.
Powerful. Wow. Man. For the first time in 5 years, Barbara has been cleared to swim. Oh, that's awesome. Sweet. Man, that's that moment she shared. That was such a personal moment, but I'm glad she shared it because it was so impactful. I could really feel it. And she's able to swim. I'm gonna cry. You guys are gonna see me cry on camera. It's gonna happen. Yep, here come the tears. Oh, she got to swim with the manatees. Making me feel feelings on Rare Disease Day. That's what it's all about. Oh, that's so beautiful.
If I could go back in time and talk to the woman that I was when I was first diagnosed with polycythemia vera, I would say, count your moments. This disease doesn't define you, and this disease is not going to stop you. So, hold on. Keep breathing, because you can do this. One breath at a time. One more breath.
God, that's awesome. That video, holy crap, that was amazing. I'm gonna drop a link to this video in the chat. Share that everywhere. Seriously. That was amazing. Wow. Talk about an emotional journey. Man, oh, that hit hard. That was beautiful. Hey, Snow Crash, thanks for sticking around with us for so long. You've been here all day. And thanks for that epic cyber artillery. Much appreciated. Let's take a moment to take a look at the raid battle, see how this is coming along. Looking good, you guys. Awesome. Thank you so much. Sweet. We're gonna beat this world boss. We're gonna do it. Awesome. That's the world boss isn't right now. I think we still have one more level to go before we hit that one. But we're gonna win this one for sure. Keep it up, you guys. Thank you for participating in that. Let's read some more rare disease stories. Okay, I believe the last story I read was one of these stories. So let's move on to our next hero. And that's Taka's story. Retinitis pigmentosa. Oh wait, retinitis pigmentosa. I've heard of this one. Yeah, I don't know much about it though. So let's learn some more about retinitis pigmentosa. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so I can read it a little bit better. Okay. Oh, let's get some music back on. Give me a second here. Turn this back down. Turn the music back on. Get some nice chill hop going in the background so we can all be vibing. Never played Stream Raiders before. Oh, it's pretty simple, drag and drop. It's free to play. You don't have to download anything, but it's fun. If you need any help getting in there, let me know. And I'll do my best to explain it to you, but no pressure. You really don't have to, but you don't have to download anything, so it's pretty simple to get started. Alright, I'm going to read this story. Hi, my name is Taka, and I'm 36 years old from Japan. I was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, a rare eye disease, when I was 7 years old. It took me 2 months to receive a diagnosis. My parents first noticed something was off when I would walk very slowly when it got darker in the evenings, so they took me to an ophthalmologist who referred me to a doctor at Columbia University in New York, where I was diagnosed. There is no treatment for my disease yet, but luckily there are ways to make activities easier, enabling me to work, read, and even ski. For example, my blood work has helped me make things more accessible for me by providing magnifiable reading devices and screen reader applications, and there are even apps on smartphones that will read out text. What is still lacking, however, is communication and understanding of the implications for people with my condition. For example, I always have to explain to people that new systems and workflows take longer for people with impaired vision to adapt to. With my condition, there are several daily activities that are more difficult for me than for most people. Crossing the road, using public transport, trying to find a certain restaurant, or going shopping are all challenging for me. However, living with my disease has a positive impact on my life by showing me the kindness of humanity. As I walk with a cane, I have strangers come up to me offering to help guide me where I'm going, showing people's kind character. Skiing is one of my favorite hobbies, alongside cooking and singing, and it is the help of others at the Blind Ski Club, that's awesome, that helps enable me to do this by skiing alongside me and guiding me along. The many people I have met who have shown me great kindness brings me comfort and joy and has led me to show gratitude in a way that I have never before. I am very lucky to have many wonderful people around me, especially my wife and family, and living with my progressing condition has taught me how to deal with adversity. I choose to live every day with optimism and positivity instead of negativity or pessimism. I know I cannot change my situation, but I can change the way I think about it. That's very similar to what I was just saying a little bit ago. Taka and we're clicking. We got that in common. I said earlier that I wouldn't change my experience for the world. And I mean that. I wouldn't change my experience for the world, but, and I'm sure Taka would agree with me on this, if I could get a cure for my condition, I'd do it in a heartbeat. It sucks. It's not fun. I would rather not have to deal with, hormone deficiencies every darn day, but I'm still grateful for my experience. I've learned a lot from it. And I'm happy to use it to raise awareness for others, like I'm doing today. Alright, I'm going to read one more story down here. And then I'm going to go take a quick bio break. And then when I come back... Oh, wait. I'm going to read one more story. And then we're going to do the Stream Raiders battle. Then I'm going to take a bio break. And then when I come back, we'll watch another video. Let's see. Time for... Finding our moon's mission to cure SPG56. Hereditary spastic paraplegia type 56. And here is our happy little girl. Look at her. What a cutie. This year, we'll be dressing in rainbow stripes for Rare Disease Day 2022. Would you like to know why? In 2020, our family was growing just as we dreamed. Finn Atlas was a wild roaming 3-year-old. Oh, that's a cute name. Finn Atlas What a name! Man, your parents must be awesome. Alright. Was a wild, roaming 3-year-old, and at 14 months, Tallulah Moon was just starting to chase him around the garden. Life was a mix of kinder chaos and rainbow joy. Oh, and Blind Gamer said, same, wouldn't change my experience, but I would jump on a cure if one became available. Yeah, for sure. But then one day, Tallulah started to walk funny. Very suddenly, her legs stiffened, her previously confident stride faltered, and her tiny feet began to tiptoe, trip, and scissor. We tried hard not to panic as she resorted to crawling again. We sought medical advice, but nobody knew what to say. We were scared, but naive. I just realized I've been covering up the Rare Disease Day hashtag. My bad. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we sought medical advice, but nobody knew what to say. We were scared, but naive. We couldn't imagine anything really bad happening to our child. Yeah. Within days, Tallulah could no longer talk or even hold up her head. When she started to choke on food, we hurled ourselves into an all-consuming state of terror. Our once carefree lives evaporated before our eyes. The rainbows had disappeared, and dark clouds of fear rolled in. We scrambled for referrals to neurologists and MRIs. Nerve conduction studies and tests we couldn't even pronounce were suddenly thrust upon our little girl. All we could do was try to help her feel safe while we hid our angst and deepest fears. Finally, through sheer luck, Tallulah was included in a whole genome sequencing study, and on 26th of August 2020, our baby was diagnosed with hereditary spastic paraplegia type 56. Tallulah was the first SPG56 diagnosis in Australia, and the doctors had very few answers for our many desperate questions. The prognosis was vague and ominous. There was no known treatment or cure, and in short, we were terrified. To cope, we began connecting with other families whose children are living with rare genetic disease. We eventually found our SPG56 tribe dotted around the globe. Soon we discovered a collective hope to find a cure for incurable diseases. It is common knowledge that rare diseases don't attract sufficient research funding, but when we learned about many incredible research projects parents had crowdfunded to find gene therapies and repurposed drugs to combat rare genetic diseases, we were inspired. In 2021, after a long road of research ourselves, we launched a registered charity called Genetic Cures for Kids Incorporated, and its first mission is our Moon's mission, to cure SPG56. Tallulah Moon was born with a progressive disease, but through fundraising for modern genetic research, we hope to find a cure for SPG56 that might help Tallulah and other children like her. She is a beacon of light and hope, a rainbow that brightens our days and gives us purpose. Our campaign supporters called #Tallulah's Army, and we are a colorful, eclectic bunch. This year, we are collectively celebrating Rare Disease Day all across the globe by encouraging school classrooms and offices to show their stripes in rainbow for Tallulah and the children of Rare Disease Day 2022. With Rare Disease Day, we hope to raise important awareness about rare diseases while celebrating the color, joy, and inspiration of our rare children bring to our lives. We believe we are stronger together as we navigate our unique worlds of rare disorders and conditions. If this short journey thus far has taught us anything, it is that communication is key and hope is paramount. If you know somebody living with SPG56, please encourage them to reach out. Let me copy this link. It is now in the chat. Our Moon's mission, genetic cures for kids. Oh, there's a video. Cool. And their raid battle is in 1 minute, so how long is this video? This video is 7 minutes long. We'll watch this. This is great, because we're going to watch a video anyway when we come back. So we're going to watch this video when we return. But we're getting ready to do that Stream Raiders battle. So let's hang out here for that. And, man, look at this army. You guys have been doing an awesome job supporting us. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sweet. So I'm going to give a shout out to everybody out here. Shani, Brett, Thos, Ashana. A lot of you guys have been here from the beginning. Thank you so much for hanging out and participating. I really, really appreciate it. Acerta, Chuck, Big Bill, our buddy Bill in chat, Chellskit, Korglid, Ima, Seven-Tailed Fox, Pyrette King, Major Kicks, Real Mum of Barant, cool. Creative Own, MG400, Snow Crash, and Jersey Sap. Thank you guys all so much for participating and putting your guys on the battlefield. I had to get super close. Have I mentioned my eyesight is terrible? So for those of you who weren't here earlier when I shared my rare disease, I'll go ahead and share that while we're doing this battle here. I've got a rare birth defect called septo-optic dysplasia, which caused a pituitary disorder called panhypopituitarism, and a malformation of the optic nerve called optic nerve hypoplasia, which has dramatically impacted my vision. I'm totally blind to both peripherals, and what vision I do have is absolutely terrible. My eye specialist, Dr. Richard Windsor, who is world-renowned, and I am so lucky to have him, he told me that my eyesight is worse than that of a 60-year-old senior citizen. And I'm only 32. So, I can't drive, so that holds me back a little bit. I've got a really nifty electric tricycle that gets me around, but I am terrified of driving on the road, so I'm kind of limited in how far I can go and, where I can go. Basically stick to, back roads that aren't busy and sidewalks. So, that's my story. We killed it! Nice job, everybody! Thank you for participating. Let's see. Seven-Tailed Fox, Big Bill, and Corglid. You guys got their awards. Thank you for playing along. Alright, let's get the next one going. Yeah, oh, you have, that's, I have a feeling you and I have probably talked about this before, haven't we? Blind Gamer. You have septo-optic dysplasia too? Have we talked about this before? I am so sorry if I'm not remembering exactly. my memory is not perfect. But, that's really cool to connect. Seriously. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, I'm going to put my tank right here. Feel free to drop your dudes wherever you want to on the battlefield. This is the boss. The world boss. For Stream Raiders Olympiad event. We're going to need to put everything that we can out here, so be ruthless. Get your guys out in the battlefield. Let's do this. Thank you, Shaney, for putting an epic Centurion on the battlefield already. Look at you go. Shaney, the real MVP. Thank you, guys. Alright. So, I'm going to step away for a second, do a quick bio break, refill my coffee, and when I come back, we're going to watch this video. So, thanks again for hanging out. I will return in just a little bit. I believe we have, but it's been quite a while. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't really been around all that much, so. But, yeah. Cool. It's awesome to reconnect anyway. Thanks for being here. Alright, I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. Seven-Tailed Fox, thank you for that epic Husky Warbeast. Sweet. Alright, for real though. I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks, guys. Alright, I have returned. I'm gonna pause that music. We're gonna watch a video. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. We're learning all kinds of new things about rare diseases that I have never heard of before. And her story, I'm ready to watch this video. It's gonna be great. Alright, I'm gonna turn on closed captions, scoot myself over here, that way I'm not blocking them. And let's enjoy this video.
Tallulah Moon loves her big brother Finn. He makes her laugh and her belly chuckles are like music to our ears.
She likes to play hide and go seek, even though her hiding places aren't very hard to find.
What I really love about Tallulah is her resilience and her joy. Despite all of the trauma that she's been through and all of the things that have been taken away from her, she seems determined to get all of those things back, and she's hell-bent on laughing all of the way. We were lucky enough to be able to have a home birth, and she actually was so calm that she came out in her caul, which is the amniotic sac.
Oh, wow.
That surrounds a baby when they're inside the womb. It was really special. It was really magical. When Tallulah was 7 months, she was just starting to crawl.
She was hitting every milestone that was expected.
She was sitting up strong and feeding herself and babbling a lot.
She'd just mastered crawling. She was now like, I need to get to places and explore and be adventurous and smell and touch. And I remember on one weekend, Tallulah had a monitor in her cot. She was crying, and suddenly there's no sound anymore. And I looked at Gold and went, she stopped crying. We gave each other a high five. And then we looked over at the monitor and we just see this baby bouncing up and down in the cot. And that sticks with me because that's the last time.
That's the last time that we saw her stand by herself.
Oh.
Very quickly we became cognizant that she wasn't crawling as much as she used to. She would crawl a couple of steps and her body would just collapse underneath her. Suddenly she was crying out and just sitting.
Brett, thanks for that epic future musketeer.
Then she wasn't even sitting. Her voice disappeared. That's when we realised that this wasn't a bug, this wasn't a virus. The doctors told us that she had hereditary spastic paraplegia type 56. It's also referred to as SPG 56. They told us in the most comforting way that they could that this was a progressive disease. Their hand would move in this direction when they spoke to us. And as a mother and a father, you just don't know how to take it when somebody tells you your daughter is going to live like this. This disease starts its attack on little children, usually between 1 and 2 years old, and continues at varying speeds and severity. Most of the kids lose their ability to stand or walk and talk, and this is what happened to our Tallulah Moon.
As the generation progresses, this life-limiting condition can take away Tallulah's ability to swallow, can cause her to develop seizures, and to lose her cognitive abilities. We're in a race against time.
We immediately started to look for support, so we contacted the Hereditary Spastic Paraplegia Research Foundation in Australia. And it was there that we started to find out about research.
There's another group that you consider donating to, you guys.
When Chris and Golden first proposed looking for treatment for Tallulah, my first thought was, it's possible for us to do that. If we found a drug for Tallulah, then we could take to other kids around the world, Australia and the world, who've got a similar mutation. We've been very happy with the progress.
Look at that face. She's having such a blast on that swing.
From the meeting,
man, when I was a kid,
with Golden,
swings were my favorite too.
We've
Look
now
at that.
got a project going at Griffith University with collaborators at the University of
Who am I
Queensland.
kidding? I still like swings.
Philanthropic funds are essential to get this work going. If it gets going well, it can then lead to the more competitive or other competitive sources like the government funds.
The reason there isn't currently a cure, it's simple. The big players fund the research to find the cures when there's money to be made. And there's no money to be made in rare diseases. But we are going to save lives.
That's why we need to support the Orphan Drug Act.
Within reach.
Essentially, SPG 56, the disease that's taking away our daughter, is caused by one faulty gene. And genetic science can edit that gene or replace it. This gene therapy is happening already, but the science is expensive. With your help, we will be able to move that same science that is being done for other children and other diseases to SPG 56.
The science is there. The doctors, the labs, the researchers, they need
Chuck
$3
Rock, thanks for the
million
epic Chef
to make
Squad
this
Warrior.
happen, to save Tallulah Moon and to find a cure for this disease.
Look at her.
We've already invested in the first year's research with our family's funds, but we need to raise awareness. We need to raise funds to keep this going.
She's having a blast.
Now we're starting a foundation to propel genetic cures forward. And its first mission is our Moon's mission, to cure SPG 56.
With your
Foss,
help,
thanks for that epic
we
tank.
can give Tallulah
We're gonna
the
win this
gene that
battle.
she needs to enable her body to crawl, to walk.
She is
to
adorable,
laugh,
Bill.
To talk, to dance again.
Look at that.
Donating
Aw,
to
she's
us and
such a
progressing
sweet
this
girl.
science won't only help Tallulah. With every breakthrough for each of these genetic diseases, we learn more about methods and solutions that can
I
be
think
used
she just
for
painted a
other
cheesy
genetic
poof.
diseases
I'm here for it.
that affect 1 in every 20
Oh wait, no,
children.
those are pom
This
poms.
is one
Okay,
that we know
that's adorable
we can
though.
win, and we can win it with your help.
We're in a race against time and this disease. Please donate today with anything that you can and join us on this journey.
There you go, check that out.
Future for kids like
Send them a
Tallulah
donation,
Moon.
you guys. Tallulah'sArmy.org. Yeah, check them out. Seriously, please, if you can donate to any rare disease nonprofits today, there's one that you can donate to. There are plenty to choose from, absolutely. Hers is one of many. Wow, that was a really powerful story. Again, man, today has just been so full of amazing stories. Tallulah, well, oh man, I just want to give her a big hug. I hope they can find a cure. Alright, next we're going to read another one of these hero stories here. We've almost gone through all of them, actually, you guys. Need to find my $1 million so I can help. Right, Bill? Hey, Jeff Bezos. I know I'm streaming on your platform right now. Thanks for making Twitch, by the way. Real cool. Or buying it. I don't know how that went. But anyway, next time you want to show off by building a spaceship and just going to space because you can, because you're rich. How about you just toss these people some money instead? Because they need it more than you need your spaceship, you know, celebration or whatever. Rant's over. Stepping off my soapbox. Let's read another story, shall we? So, Angelina's story. Calcium. Calmdulin dependent serine protein kinase. Or CASK for short. My 5-year-old daughter, Angelina. Oh, we're going to go read the full story. Alright. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, make this text a little bit bigger. And then the Stream Raiders battle is in 15 minutes. So that should be enough time to read a couple more stories. And then we'll do the Stream Raiders battle, and then we'll watch a video after that. This is a great system we got going here. I've been having a good time. Time's been flying. I seriously doubt humanity will last long enough for space travel and colonization to be a thing. Man, I want to be hopeful, Bill. I really do. But part of me feels like you're probably right about that. Let's do better. Humanity, we can do it. Alright, let's read this story. My 5-year-old daughter, Angelina, is living with CASC gene-related disorders. More precisely, she is living with an X-linked intellectual disability, microcephaly with I almost said poutine. Now I want some French fries. Darn it. She's living with an X-linked intellectual disability, microcephaly with pontine, and cerebral hypoplasia, MICPCH. There are many reasons which make Angelina unique, but concerning the rare disease mentioned, there are only 50 cases. 50 cases known worldwide. It must be an absolute nightmare to find a doctor that knows how to treat hers. Yes, Bill, that is what poutine is. It's delicious. Actually, I've never had actual poutine before, but I've seen pictures and I want some. Alright, dancing and watching cartoons like The Wiggles are Angelina's favorite things to do. Watching Angelina dance is something that is so special, and honestly, our hearts burst when we watch her. To anyone else, this is something that you may watch a child do and then continue doing what you're doing, but to us, it is so much more. It is watching her have the ability to move and smile and be happy in that moment. Angelina's big brother is very proud of her. She loves to play and draw with him. Watching Angelina playing with toys and interacting with her older brother also brings my husband and I a lot of joy. Walking in a shopping center can be difficult for Angelina at times, as she's still learning to fasten her pace. Walking on different surfaces can also be difficult, say in a park, as she cannot simply move from grass to a footpath quickly. It takes time to think about how to step on different surfaces, and for her to remember to look at where she is stepping. That is something we all take for granted. Hands down. If you say that you don't take that for granted, you're lying. Oh man, that's something that I just don't even think about. Wow. Being able to feed and dress herself and to request essential items like water or food if she's hungry is difficult. If it is not placed in front of her for her to point out or verbalize a sound that we understand, she will not ask for it. Angelina's rare disease has enabled both my husband and I to use our legal skills and not only research daily, but establish a foundation that purposes include advanced innovations in medical research related to nature, diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of CASC, being her rare disease. We also share our experience with others to not only create exposure about children with disabilities that may not necessarily be visible, but also create awareness that a diagnosis does not always define a child's outcome or abilities. Yes, thank you. Life changed dramatically once Angelina was born. She consumes a lot of our lives, and that means that I can no longer meet up with friends as I used to, or if I do, I may cancel at last minute. However, I have been lucky enough to have a group of friends who understand this, and still at least once a day check to see how I'm going, and see if I need anything. That's awesome. Man, those kinds of friends. I've got friends like that too. I love you guys. Seriously. Like, if I didn't have friends that understood that, you know, I'm gonna be unreliable due to my rare disease, I don't know where I'd be right now, honestly. That's... you guys really help. Those types of check-ins can really help on the difficult days where I may feel isolated in my own world and alone. Yeah. My mom, dad, and sister were there in the moment I arrived home from my 34-week ultrasound when we were told that Angelina was missing part of her brain and that we had an option to terminate. The emotional support and the assurance that they would assist me in whatever was to come provided a comfort that words cannot describe. Once Angelina was born, they took an active role in her therapy, as therapy not only as a therapist center, but continued at home daily. We would split the therapy between us all, so it continued without fail on a daily basis. I truly believe that this and the great love that both our families still provide Angelina, is what helped her develop with such fierceness and determination. Man, thank you for sharing your story. Wishing Angelina all the best. Okay, I'm gonna go back and read another story. Let me get caught up in chat here for a second. Maybe one day I'll be able to go to Canada and visit with a friend of mine and have poutine at least once. That is the dream, right? I'd love to do that. I think that should hasten her pace. Hasten her pace. Yep, back when I was reading that. That's right. That's why I try to reach out when I can. Oh, to your friends. Yeah, Bill, that's awesome. Yeah, you're awesome. Thank you for being such a good supportive friend. Seriously. Okay. Pica-Bindi, rare genetic disorder called EEF1A2. Let's read this one. I'm gonna zoom in. And then the Stream Raiders battle is going on in 10 minutes. The story of Pica-Bindi. And you take a second to just drink some coffee. Okay. Living with rare genetic disorder EEF1A2. Pika's representative card to EEF1A2 group. My daughter Pica-Bindi is 14 years old, and I have diagnosed EEF1A2 from November 2016 when she was 9 years old. She has all clinical symptoms of the Angelman syndrome. I've never heard of that before. She's gone through 7 genetic researchers, but none of them didn't approve AS diagnoses and also clinical signs. Whoa, this is hard to read. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of. I think that this is all just technical data up here. Okay, so now we're into the story. As she was 7 years old, she did her first independent steps. She doesn't talk, but she's developed a wide range of facial expressions. I heard about that. It sometimes gets confused with autism. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, so let's learn. She was 7 years old. She did her first independent steps when she was 7. Wow. She doesn't talk, but she has developed a wide range of facial expressions. She absolutely adores water. She suffered from insomnia up to her 3 years. I feel that. She still has some sleeping disorders, as many times. She stays awake at night. She has also autistic trouble, censoric at times. Periodically, she's also very aggressive, pulls my hair. She likes music, especially guitar and accordion. Guitar and accordion, books with pictures, communication books, songs, cartoons, ball game, animals, rotating objects, etc. She still has a pacifier for better sleeping. She's a very happy girl, but can also get very emotional. She changes mood behavior if she's tired, frustrated at the beginning. Doctors suspected mitochondrial cytopathy disease, Leigh syndrome, also Rett syndrome because of her rapidly rotating hands by movements she likes very much. We live in Europe and Slovenia. Beautiful regards from Pica-Bindi and Lydia. Very nice. Thank you for sharing your story, guys. Beautiful. And that was her picture. Look at those two. They look so happy. Those are gorgeous. Gorgeous. That Jane Doe. My friend was a caregiver for someone with Angelman syndrome, but it was very severe. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Let's see if we can find out some more information on Angel syndrome. Let's go to YouTube. I want to learn more about it. Okay, this looks like it'll probably be a good video. Oh, here's one from an actual organization. We'll watch this one. Let me adjust video really quick. Bill, thanks for lurking. Be sure to come back for that Stream Raiders battle in 6 minutes. Alright, let me adjust volume really quick. Crank this up a little bit. Alright, here we go.
There are approximately 20,000 to 25,000 genes in the human body. Every healthy person has 2 copies of each gene, one inherited from our mother and one from our father. Angelman syndrome is caused by the loss of function of a single gene, UBE3A, on chromosome 15, which is vital to how the brain controls speech, movement, and learning. The UBE3A gene codes for UBE3A protein, which tags other proteins in our cells for recycling in a process called ubiquitination. In our central nervous system, only our mother's copy of the UBE3A gene is expressed or active. The copy inherited from our father is silenced by a mechanism called the antisense transcript. This is a phenomenon known as genomic imprinting, which only affects approximately 1% of our genome. In individuals with Angelman syndrome, the maternal copy of UBE3A is either missing or non-functional, while the paternal copy is present but normally silenced. Research funded by FAST has investigated multiple ways to restore functional UBE3A in the central nervous system as a potential therapeutic for those affected by Angelman syndrome. One strategy involves using an adeno-associated virus to deliver a functional UBE3A gene into neurons.
Man, this is exciting.
Another promising
I love
strategy
science.
uses
So
an
cool.
antisense oligonucleotide to unsilence the paternal copy of the UBE3A. These research strategies and others have demonstrated very positive outcomes in animal models of Angelman syndrome. At least one of these strategies is expected to be in human clinical trial in 2020 as we
that's so
march
cool.
ever closer
Awesome.
to curing Angelman syndrome.
Wow. Sweet. Well, now I know more about Angelman syndrome, and I know that they're working on a cure. Badass. Sweet. All right. And the Stream Raiders battle is about to happen in 3 minutes. That should be enough time to read some more, or read another story here. Yeah, definitely. If you want to support that, again, I'm definitely encouraging folks to donate to rare disease nonprofits of their choice today. Check out FAST, F-A-S-T. Support their efforts. So this is Harvey's story, and he has spinal muscular atrophy. My son Harvey has a rare condition, SMA, in full spinal muscular atrophy type 1, which is a more severe type of the disease. Harvey's muscles have completely weakened from the illness, including his eating and breathing muscles. This means he is fully dependent on a ventilator for survival. I am Harvey's primary caregiver. Harvey's disease makes it difficult for me to work due to the cost implications of a 24-hour nurse. I look after him to reduce his cost, but this means attending family or friends' functions with or without him is difficult, because you have to plan prior to attending. Having people come over to visit randomly is also a problem, since we are trying to protect him from infections. Harvey also doesn't get to eat all the yummy food and have the freedom to do things for himself. For example, go outside and play anytime he wants, like other children. Excuse me, I'm sorry. When we do get the chance to go outdoors, Harvey loves it. He also likes watching cartoons, bubbles, and having massages. He particularly enjoys seeing and hearing people talk around him. Seeing Harvey react to the colors and sounds around him brings me joy. Harvey's rare disease has enabled us to meet a lot of new friends, and I have come to learn a lot about other rare diseases out there as well as a lot about SMA and genetics. His rare disease has also enabled me to help others on a similar journey, giving them tips on caring for their children, especially home care, which is a new ground in Kenya. I'm also able to research better, even on small things like sourcing the cheapest places to buy medical equipment, and pass this information to others. I am confident to say that my family and a few close friends have my back. I couldn't have come this far without them. Rare disease has also played a huge role in giving me strength and changing my attitude. It's always comforting to know someone else understands what you're going through. Exactly why I reach out to other communities of rare disease patients and folks with chronic illness, because that community, man, that keeps me going. It really does help a lot. I appreciate them for always checking up on us and trying to create time for a catch-up. Absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing Harvey's story. It's nice to meet Harvey. And I'm wishing him all the best. And happy Rare Disease Day. All right. Well, the Stream Raiders battle is about to start in about 1 minute. We're going to defeat that world boss. Oh, we're definitely defeating that world boss. Look at this army. We're doing so good, you guys. This is exciting. I've never had a Stream Avatars battle this successful before. Thank you guys for participating. We've only got... Oops, sorry, I forgot to bring the stream, the right page up. There we go. We've only got 40 seconds. So if you've got troops to put on the battlefield, please get them out there. The more the merrier. We're going to need all the help we can to defeat this boss. I think we've got enough to do it. Fingers crossed. I hope we do. But it's always best to be prepared. Corgid. Oh, I've been saying your name wrong. I'm sorry. I thought it was an L. It's Corgid. Like a corgi, like the little cute little doggos. Corgi, Corgi, thank you for putting an epic frozen vampire on the battlefield. That will help. Ascertainment placed an epic berserker on the battlefield. Look at you guys go. Thank you. Yeah. You guys are awesome. I'm excited. We're gonna kick so much ass. Woo. Alright, and then after this battle, which is time to start. Good luck, everybody. After this, I'm gonna go ahead and draw the stream to a close. It's been a really fantastic Rare Disease Day. Man, we learned a lot about a bunch of rare diseases that I had never heard of before, watched some amazing videos, and talked about some great causes. So overall, I'm calling Rare Disease Day today a success! Thank you guys for all the support. It's been really great. Come on, come on, come on, let's do this! That scream. It gets me every time. Here we go! Oh, this is kind of close! Oh! Is this it? It's the last one? We did it! Yes! Victory! We defeated the world boss, you guys! Amazing! Alright, Big Bill and Ascertainment, you guys both got the rewards for that battle. Thank you so much for participating. We did it! We beat the boss! Awesome! What a great way to draw Rare Disease Day to a close. Thank you guys so much. That was so much fun. Wow. Alright. That's all I've got in me now. Honestly, I had originally planned on ending the stream at noon, but I had some spoons today, and I am so grateful for that. Yeah, that's all I've got. I'm gonna go ahead and draw this to a close, feeling really good about it. I feel like we did some great stuff for Rare Disease Day today, you guys, and I appreciate you guys hanging out and participating in the Stream Raiders battle and just being supportive and in chat, so thank you. Seriously. Again, if you would like to donate to a really great cause and you don't know who to donate to, I highly, highly recommend checking out the National Organization for Rare Disorders. I can click on this little... Oh, they've got the Rare Disease Day thing up now. Cool. How do I close that? There we go. I guess you can watch the recording of the event that I attended earlier today if you go to this page. But go to rarediseases.org, click on this donate button. I'm going to drop this in the chat. I totally understand if you cannot afford to donate. I can't either. I am broke. But if you can, please consider tossing them a few bucks to support some great causes that directly help rare disease patients. And that's up now. I think that's the end of the stream. That's it, you guys. Thank you so much again. Seriously. Stick around, though. We're going to raid somebody. I have plans to raid my good friends over at Cute Avalanche. So let's hop on over to their Twitch channel. This is not related to rare diseases, however, they are a 24/7 kitten cam, and it's adorable, and I love them, and they're fantastic. So we're gonna raid Cute Avalanche. Alright. Be sure to hang out, say hello. I'm going to hang out in chat as well for a few minutes, and then I'm going to go rest because that was a long stream and it took a lot of my spoons. I still have some left. Super grateful for that. This doesn't always happen. I am very grateful for a good energy day. And I will take advantage of that. But be sure to drop Cute Avalanche a follow while you're there. It's just a couple of great folks over in California. Sam and Amanda are... cat foster parents, these adorable kittens that you see on screen right now. They were bottle babies. They're being weaned off of their bottles, and they didn't have a mom, unfortunately. Well, obviously they had a mom. They were born, but, you know, the mom's gone. They had to take the kittens and take, you know the drill. But, yeah, go look at these cute kittens and hang out and drop them a follow and support them. I'm also going to be on their channel on March 7th, a guest appearance. I'm going to be drawing people's cats badly on purpose for comedic purposes, so please come join me for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Keep an eye on my Discord for updates and other fun stuff. But I guess that's it until tomorrow. when I stream the next time. I'll be playing some Magic the Gathering Arena tomorrow, assuming I don't spend more spoons than I actually have today. We'll see. See you later. Thanks again. Happy Rare Disease Day. Goodbye.